Okay, good morning. We have a long day today, so I think we will try to on time. It's Peter Diri. I welcome you to the Coordinators Day for this CIP negotiation. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit for the unit that deals with program operations, DG Connect. That is the unit that deals with all the processes, guidelines, and other things that are important for the funding programs. So we are the fixers, let's say. If there are problems, we have to fix them. And as we don't want to fix a lot of problems, we think it's better to try to train the people beforehand well in what they're doing. So that's why also we're having this Coordinators Day. I want to first give you a little rundown through our agenda and through the, let's say, business process of the day. There will be, as you see, a session in the morning and in the afternoon. And there will be always a coffee break in between. I will first give a quick overview of the negotiation process, then there will be a presentation on the legal and financial validation. And then we will go into a long presentation for IT tools for negotiation, which will be broke down in two parts. And the coffee break will be in between, and at the end of the morning we will have the legal issues. As regards the question and answers, it says here question and answer at the end, but actually it will be a bit different as some of the speakers will leave after the presentations. Please, we will give after each presentation the time to ask questions, and I would also really encourage you to do that if you have any questions. Then there will be a lunch break with a sandwich lunch prepared outside. And in the afternoon, we will have presentations on financial issues, then the description of work, intellectual property rights, on how to communicate the project's results correctly, and on the next steps. One other information I can give you is, as you see, you have on your badges, you have not only your name and your acronym, but also your objective. This is that in the coffee breaks and in the lunch break, that when you talk to people, that you will have the time maybe to network also and see if people have the same objective as yourself. Any questions on the business process of the day, on the agenda, on the lunch break? No? Okay, then we'll go right into the first presentation. Yeah, here you also see where the presentations that they're already online, and you can view them at all times. So I will just give a quick rundown over the negotiation process. Probably you all know it already, but let's see. So first of all, let me congratulate you that you have really passed the most difficult hurdle to becoming a funded project of the European Commission. That is the evaluation of the award criteria, but it is not over yet. So it's not yet a guarantee that you also will get a project. We're going into the next phase, which we call the negotiation phase. And it has two main objectives. One is to validate the legal existence, the operational capacity, and where applicable, the financial viability of the beneficiaries. These are the so-called selection criteria, which we also have to check. And the second is more down to earth. We also have to prepare the grant agreement, and there we have to receive and clarify necessary information and agree some further on work to be performed, the needed efforts and budgets. In these negotiations, there is one, let's say, hard delimiter. This is, we have to respect the proposal that is submitted. So if during negotiations, because participants are leaving and because of that, things would have to be changed, if that would deviate too much from the proposal as it was submitted and evaluated, then negotiations would have to be terminated. So negotiations still have to respect the proposal as it is and cannot deviate too much. We need in this phase certain documents. First, to generate the grant agreements for the project, we need to draft a description of work, which is the Annex 1 to the grant agreement. And you have to also fill and sign the GPF forms, these are so-called grant agreement preparation forms. And to assess legal, financial, and operational capacity where necessary, you will have to present and produce documents establishing the legal existence and status of beneficiaries, where appropriate also financial documents, and sometimes also supporting documents in case there are questions on your operational capacity. I just assume that you all have received the invitation to the negotiating meeting and the so-called negotiation mandate, because otherwise I would see you're not here. So you know what's there. It's just to give you an overview that it gives you more or less the keystone data of the negotiation and the delimiters of where your negotiation can go. Next slide. And here, just we don't go into details here, just an overview of the process as it could be in theory. Just the important thing to take away, it's an iterative process where you go through different sessions on your data. There is normally one negotiation meeting, but there could be a second one if necessary. And just that you see that things are going on in parallel. And we will go into the different processes in more detail during the day. Any questions on this overview? Nope. Okay. Then we'll go into the next presentation, and this is about legal and financial validation. And do we present from there or from here? Okay, and my colleagues will present from there.
Good morning. My name is Laurence. My colleague is Tatiana, and we are here to present you the specificities of the legal and financial validation process for CIP participants. First, I will present you the team. We are at RTD Validation. We are a very small team in comparison to our colleagues from REA, where there are approximately 30 team members. As you can see, from the time being, we are a team of 4 legal validators, full-time. And in addition, we can count on part-time colleagues who help with 3 legal validators and 3 financial validators. What are our tasks in DG RTD? We are responsible for creating a legal entity and bank account in the ABAC system. And we also have to add mailing addresses, but this is only applicable for DG Research and Innovation. What we are also responsible for is FP6 changes in PDM, which is the participant portal. And we also deal with CIP calls and all calls that are outside FP7 or outside REA's mandate. So it includes CIP calls for DG Connect, DG Enterprise, DG AHE. We also have calls for the European Research Council, Galileo. We also have the research for coal and steel for DG RTD, and so on. Our work consists on the legal validation both in ABAC and PDM, as well as the necessary but not always mandatory small and medium enterprise check and financial viability checks. I will come back to those points at a later stage. What is the normal legal validation process? So first, the participant registers in the URF, which is the Unique Registration Facility, and gets a PIC, what we call a PIC, a reference number. Or it can also happen that due to the participation of a specific call, the participant is pushed in the system. And this is normally done by the project officer. We and RTD, we receive the information that we have someone to validate. What are the different steps? So first, participants upload documents, or we send them an email requiring them to send us specific documents which are needed for the validation. Those documents are the trade registry extract or a law decree establishing the entity. We also need a VAT extract, and in some cases, if applicable, we also need the statuses. If the SME assessments is needed, we also require several documents. I will come back later. The first step of the validation is the legal one. So what we do, we analyze the information and the documents received, and if they are complete, we submit it to the central validation system, which is ABAC. It can take up to 5-6 working days if everything is okay, and if we don't get any follow-up from our colleague in DG Budge. The process can be a little bit longer if some information are missing. However, if the file is not complete or information is missing, for sure we request it to the participant. The second step of the process is the FP7 status, the ICM and SME assessment. PDM is a database that is originally done for FP7 participants. CIP participants have been added over time, but at the moment we try to have the cleanest database as possible. So that's why when we validate a CIP participant, the FP7 status will be determined on the basis of the FP7 rules for participation and not on the CIP rules. What is the FP7 status? It includes non-profit, research organizations, public bodies, higher or secondary education establishment, international organization, and so on. I will come back later to the SME validation. The third step is the verification. So once the file is complete, it is sent to our colleagues in REA. They are doing the verification for us. You know, we are human beings, so mistakes can happen. So it's always better to have a second pair of eyes to look at the file. The FP7 verification takes about 72 hours. The SME validation takes a bit of more time, about 5-6 working days. Once the file is complete, we send the participant to the registry. And the fifth step, last step, we send an email to the participant to inform him that he has been validated in the system. And if it's not already done before, we request a document to appoint a legal entity appointed representative. I'll come back a bit later as well. In parallel, financial viability check request may be generated by the system. What are the specificities for CIP course in terms of legal? First, the legal personality. You have to know that in PDM, we can only validate entities which have an independent legal personality. If the participant does not have a legal personality, we have to find out to which entity he depends and validate this entity. The main exceptions are ministries, which can be validated under a special process in the database. But for instance, a department or a unit of a ministry or of a municipality will not be validated because they do not have an independent legal personality. In this case, the PIC will be linked to the mother entity or transformed into the mother entity. To determine if an entity has a legal personality, we have to discover or to have the information that it can sue or be sued in its own name. This defined, for example, yeah. Usually for private entities, it's easy to determine. But for public bodies, it is a little bit more complicated. And in such cases, public bodies have to be established as such. And this is mentioned in an establishing law or a decree. There should be in this decree or law a clear indication of independent legal person. Regarding the statuses of FP7 statuses, some are easy to determine. In some cases, the legal form of the entity is enough. For instance, the ASBL in Belgium, the Association Loi 1901 in France, or the Eingetragener Verein in Germany. They are by default non-profit organizations, for example. For the non-profit character of an enterprise, we will require the status because we need the proof that they have the non-profit character, and this is normally stated in the status of the enterprise. Or for the research organization as well, the article of the status or the activities of the entity need to describe the type of research that will be carried out. What about the ICM, so the indirect cost method? There is a specific cost method applied to all CIP calls. As such, the request we send is regarding the potential future or parallel participation in an FP7 call. We make this mandatory to make sure that the file of the participant is complete. You have to know that there are 4 types of ICM in FP7. There is the actual indirect costs, which is the real, the simplified method for determining real indirect cost, simple, and the standard flat rate of 20%. Those are available to all types of FP7 status, depending on the accounting system. The 4th type is the specific flat rate of 60%, and this is only available to SMEs, research and non-profit organizations. They have to have both status. They have to be research and non-profit to benefit from this specific ICM costs. For the higher or secondary education establishment, it's possible as well, and for public bodies and non-profit entities. Again, both status are required. For instance, if a participant is requesting the SME status and the specific flat rate, if the SME status cannot be granted or if it's cancelled or postponed, the ICM will be changed to standard flat rate or to another specific rate if requested by the participant. Okay. As you know, the SME status is not a mandatory requirement for the CIP course. It would be mandatory for participation in a FP7 specific course. You have to know that the SME process is very long and tedious one, which requires a lot of information. And sometimes we have difficulties to obtain this information from the participant. Because on top of the thresholds of the recommendation of 6th of May 2003 on the SMEs, we not only base our assessment on the data of the PIC we are validating, but we also need to take into account the upstream and downstream enterprises. So, as the SME status is not requested for CIP calls, and if it's not required by the participant, we will not be requesting any SME documents, and we will validate it as a simple enterprise. If the participants asked it during the subscription, we will ask the participant if he agrees to postpone or to cancel the SME process, because this is not compulsory. We have a lot of work, so for us it's good if the SME process can be postponed or cancelled. And the urgency for the participant is to be able to take part in the negotiation and in the signature of the grant agreement. So validation as a simple enterprise, to give you an idea, takes about 3 working days. If we want to assess the SME, it can take 1 to 1.5 weeks if we don't have any problem, but it can go to months. So we highly recommend to postpone this process, because the validation of, as a SME at a later stage or in parallel with the normal validation is also an option, and this will not slow down the negotiation process. So I really focus on this element. You see, just in case you want still to be validated as an SME, the list of documents that are required for the SME assessment. We need the balance sheet, we need the profit and loss account, we need the staff head account, the shareholders, and also information of upstream, downstream, linked partnered enterprise. At the end of the legal validation, so once all is in order and potential SME validation is done, we submit a participant to the registry, which is the database of all validated participants. At the same time, of course, we send an email to the participant to inform him that he has been validated with such status, enterprise, non-profit, whatever. And we also mentioned the ICM they chose for potential participation in a FP7 call. The end of the email also explained the procedure to appoint a LER, the legal entity appointed representative. This step is mandatory. This person will be the main contact for the entity. Usually, that's the person who signs the agreements, who has the important role in the company, and he's the one who will then be able to upload and update the legal information for the entity. It happens that we receive the information for the LER before the validation process, but you have to know that the LER can only be encoded when the validation process is over, so at the end of the process. And if, for instance, you have already sent us the LER appointment letter, when we send our email for confirming your validation in the system, we, in parallel, encode also the LER in the system, and we inform you that the person has been encoded into the system and that you will get more instructions at a later stage, because it takes some time to create and to have a user account and password. But this is mentioned in the email we send. Either we send the link where all the information is available for the procedure to appoint a LER and where you find all the form to be completed, or we mention that it has been done, and you will receive an explanatory mail at a later stage. What about the financial viability checks? The threshold for the generation of request for what we call FVC for CIP project is different to those for FP7 calls. As long as the entity is not a public body and is requesting over 25,000 euro of EU contribution, the FVC request will be generated automatically. When the participant is requesting more than 25,000 euro but less than 500,000 euro, all we need is a statutory audit report, which includes the balance sheet, the profit and loss account, the notes to the financial statement for the last closed accounting period. In some cases, statutory audit reports are not available. So in this case, we just ask the participant to send us as much as information on the financial data, especially if there are notes to the financial statements. The other threshold that needs to be taken into consideration is when a participant is requesting more than 500,000 CEU contribution. In that case, it is mandatory that an external auditor's report is submitted. Even if it's not mandatory in the country, this report is necessary, and we treat all the participants at the same level, so we cannot make any exceptions to this rule. In all cases, as long as a financial viability check has been requested, the documents need to be approved, signed, and complete. In certain cases, for example, for entities that are created less than 1 year before the request, the financial data is not available. In this case, then we require a side business plan with the balance sheet and profit loss account information. In those cases, the procedure is slightly different because a formal financial viability check cannot be performed. We explain in the email that we sent to the participant that the financial information cannot be consolidated. And to be honest, in order to create consolidated information data, the data from each individual company needs to be gathered, so the information exists. We understand that for sometimes legal reason, this information data, the non-consolidated data, cannot be sent. This is an exception. In other more specific cases, and in such cases, the procedure is a little bit different. We will do an informal financial viability check, meaning that the information will not be uploaded in the system. But this decision is usually made by or in accordance with the project officer, and the informal FVC is a very rare process, and it will remain as such. It's really an exception. Once the financial viability check has been performed and the data uploaded in the system, our responsibility in R4 stops there. It means that any decision to be made from there with regards to the results of the FVC, they are solely the responsibility of the project officer. We cannot and we will not offer an opinion on the results, and we will only refer you to the guide for legal and financial viability checking. You will find a link to this on the last slide of my presentation. So we have to tell you that the new version of PDM just came out at the beginning of this week, and the system is completely different from the previous period. So it means that we all have to learn it and to familiarize with the new program. There are still some bugs in the system. Some correction needs to be done by the IT. So we ask you for your patience and your understanding. The situation is not easy, but we do our best to settle the cases as quick as possible. And we also ask you to pay attention to the emails that we send and to take the time to look at it and to read it till the end. Sometimes the emails are very long, very, very long, but we try to adapt them to each specific situation in order to be understood properly. The most common mistakes that we encounter is that the legal entity form is not signed, is not dated, or is not well completed. It's important that it is dated, signed, and completed properly. Sometimes also we do not get the VAT registration document simply because the VAT number already appears on the registration document. However, this is not acceptable. We need a separate document for the extract of VAT. They are mandatory financial documents, and if we don't have this, it will not be accepted by DG Budget when we upload in ABAC, and we will have a follow-up, and it will make the process even longer. So it's good to provide us from the beginning with the necessary document. We also, when sending our first message, we also attach some templates or model of document by country, because we know that the person who receive our email are not all involved in the administration of their entity. So these templates are there to help people understand what we need, and they are templates for each specific country. But for example, on this template, if the trade registry document and the VAT document are not the same, at least we need the two documents to be provided. If the legal validation is still on the process and you have asked to postpone the SME assessment, we will not ask you to send us the financial documents for the financial viability check, because we don't know at this stage if it will be necessary. The system generates the request automatically, and the chances are that we will not remember, or we will even not know that you have already submitted the document, and at least you will receive a second request. So if you don't have a SME assessment, you don't send the financial document concerning this. Yes, you have to pay attention to send complete information. So if you only send the legal entity form, it will not be enough. It must be accompanied by the registration document, status if needed, the VAT extract, and so on. For the SME, if you only send the SME checklist, this is not enough as well. We need all the documents that I mentioned before. You find here some useful information. The first bullet refers to the functional mailbox we are dealing with at DG RTD, and to which we ask you to send all the questions and documents to ensure business continuity. The second link is giving you for project officer, namely, it gives you access to important documents and sources that can assist participants in the negotiation procedures. And you can also find on this link the guide for legal financial viability check I mentioned previously. You will also get the templates I attached to my presentation. So this is a template of the first message we sent to the participant. As you see, it's a long email, but I really focus and I really ask you to read it till the end, because it's linked to specific cases, but it contains important information. And if you ensure you provide us with what is requested in this email, it will speed up the process. The second annex to the presentation is a template of a message we send for the financial viability check request. So this is a model which will be available, I think. And the third one, the third annex, is a lexic of abbreviation, an index of abbreviations. Yes, so thank you for your attention, and now if you have questions, so please don't hesitate. Thank you.
So, any questions? I'm sure many, yes? You have a question, or you just were stretching yourself? Yeah. Okay, just one thing also to say, if you have a question, you press the button and you speak. That's what happened now. Don't press the button before you have been told to press the button, because otherwise you take away the microphone from somebody who is speaking. So you want? Yes, please.
Do the coordinators have a way to know the state of the validation process of the partners?
So I'm not familiar exactly with the access of the coordinators in NEF. I know that you have access to some information, but not all. I know it's not always accurate, so you have an idea of where the participant stands, but not necessarily the exact information. The easiest way is usually to contact us and to let us know very specifically what you need, but understand that when a project includes 20 or 30 participants, it's complicated for us to go and get the information from every single participant and to tell you exactly which documents are missing. Chances are we're in contact with the participant. We've been exchanging emails with them requesting specific documents. And if at some point we really see that there's a problem, then we involve the coordinator or the project officer. But we can't go into detail about everything. We can tell you what the status is, if the legal validation is in progress or has been ended, if we're on to the FP7 status or if we're at the SME stage, but we can't get into details about the documents that are requested. So you can send us an email to the functional mailbox and we'll do our best to answer your questions. Unfortunately, right now, the process is a bit...
Actually, there is in NEF something, and we will talk about it, and maybe you want to say something now.
Just to confirm what you said, in the tool used for negotiation, namely NEF, you have an overview, just an overview of the status of the validation of the participants. You don't know the details. If there is something blocking, you don't know why, but at least you know if it's validated or not.
Yeah, I know about that. I just wanted to know, to follow up the process, because I know that sometimes the partners are not, making their best to submit all the documents, and maybe the coordinators can facilitate the process by asking for the proper information. But I just,
The easiest information we have access to is the project officer. So usually when we send the first message requesting documents for a participant, we will send every week a reminder. When we come to the second reminder, a week after that, if we still have no contact from the participant, we will send another reminder, usually with the project officer in copy. If we have the information, or if we've been contacted by a coordinator asking if they can do something, we'll try and put them in copy as well. But really it's a process. We have several hundreds of participants to validate at the same time. Sometimes it's just also a matter of just getting through the emails and treating the information and responding to the participants. So there can be a delay on our side as much as on the participant side.
Hi. If we prompted already a participant to proceed with the SME validation status because we saw it on the LVF and we tried to be conscientious about the job, what would you advise? They did send already documents a week ago. Shall we wait for a little bit for validation and then if it's problematic to kind of make them revert to the enterprise status, or proceed with the... Because I wasn't aware the SME validation is so complex. I thought it will be just a matter of sending the list of documents which they have sent, as far as I understood, because I'm familiar with the process, but I wasn't sure it was more lengthy than another legal entity form.
Okay, so I'll get more into details about the SME process. We said it's not just the information of the entity that we need. We also need all of the same information for any upstream and downstream enterprise. Sometimes it's 3-4 enterprises who are also held by other enterprises and we need to take them into account, etc. So in the end, really, the SME process is really a long process. At this stage, and also because of the new program that just came out, we really strongly suggest that if they're not participating in an FP7 project, for which the indirect cost method or the SME status is necessary or favorable to them, we really, really strongly suggest that they send us an email saying they're okay to postpone it. It's not a definite process. They can come back to us in a couple of weeks saying, okay, we're ready to start the SME process. It can be in a couple of weeks. It can be next year when the workload is lower and we can take the time to really focus our attention on the SME process. For now, we can't Except for cases which are really specific and for which we have indication that they are participating in an FP7 project and they need the specific flat rate in order to participate, we can't focus our attention on the SME process. It's really preferable that they postpone it or cancel for now.
So to make it practical, can they just appoint a leader then as an enterprise and leave the status on the LVF as self-declared?
No, we have to clean the data to keep the database very clean. So we'll validate them as an enterprise. The SME process, they won't be stopped from creating an update request later on, and then the validation process will go on. Then they can appoint a leader and come back later.
Yes. Just to say it again and make a point on this. In CIP, SME and ICM has no impact whatsoever. FP7 is practically over, so there are no more calls. There's maybe so it's very unlikely that you will need even to have the right ICM, because if you're not already in FP7 projects. So on the information on the SME and on the ICM, don't insist that you have validated as SME, because it doesn't give you any advantage. It just gives you a time delay. And on the ICM, just choose the one that you think most closely, but don't go into details and don't go back and ask anybody. It really doesn't have any impact. That is, and in Horizon 2020, we already know it will also not have any impact for the ICM, for example. So don't waste your time there. Really look at the things, look at the documents that they're asking, provide them with the documents, and don't worry too much about ICM and SME.
In fact, for the ICM, if you have doubts or you don't know what your accounting system is, just ask for the standard flat rate. Anybody can benefit from it. It's okay. It's the most basic one. So don't go to your accounting system and check what you can have. Just ask us for the standard flat rate. That's what we apply when we have doubts anyways.
We have received, one of our partners has received a very friendly email from your department recommending they postpone their registration, and we've advised them to do exactly that, because the email, when it arrives, explains very clearly why it's not necessary.
Yeah, I have a question regarding audited accounts. One of our partners has changed their financial year, so cannot submit a full set of audited accounts for the most recent year. Did you say earlier that it would be possible to submit a signed business plan and management accounts instead?
All right, we're talking about financial viability checks. Okay. The documents that can be submitted for the financial viability check can be 2 years old. They're valid. So at this time, we still accept documents which are closed, for example, December 31st of 2011. So if they've changed their accounting year recently, they still can send us documents before that. The problem is that the system, although the documents are valid for 2 years, the system generates a new request every 18 months. So chances are, if you've already submitted the information for 2011, pretty soon you're going to get a new request from us asking for the 2012 information. Then it's a discussion between us and the POs, usually, to try and see if they accept the information from 2011, or if they insist on getting the information for 2012 for all kinds of reasons. I mean, they're the ones dealing with the negotiation of the grant agreement. So we work like that. When there's a change like that, we try to adapt to the best that we can, but unfortunately for financial viability, it's really on a case-by-case basis that we have to analyze the information that we receive. So it's a bit foggy for the information.
So how do you progress the negotiation? Because we've contacted the project officer and he said to contact you.
Can you maybe send us an email, a specific email referring to today and saying, this is, what I'm talking about, and this is the PIC and the participant, and we'll look into it? Okay.
I have one more question. We've also been requested to supply a bank guarantee, and I need to talk to somebody about the process in detail.
Actually, I'm going to stop you right there and refer you to the project officer. We have no dealings with that. We deal with the financial viability checking. Anything else that is requested, whether it's a bank guarantee, a mother company guarantee, anything else, it needs to be taken care of by the PO. We can't answer any questions about that.
And there are presentations later which go into those subjects. So there, if you don't have your question answered, there you can ask the question. So we will have the right people presented that you can also get the right answer. Yes. Microphone.
Sorry. If the SME was wrong or didn't read the email and asked for validation, it's as simple as sending an email and resigning for the validation, and then it works. Yes. Thank you.
One of our partners merged with another organization on the 1st of September, and the new entity is undertaking all obligations from the previous organization. So what would be the process there?
That we call a UTRO, a Universal Transfer of Rights, if the new entity is indeed taking over everything from the old one. In this case, the new entity needs to register and get a PIC number that they have to communicate to us, along with all the documents to be validated. We will validate them. Then we need some kind of an official document indicated that indeed they are taking over all of the activities, financial aspects, everything from the old entity. And based on that, we will create what we call a UTRO, Universal Transfer of Rights, and the new entity, the old entity will be merged into the new one, and the participant can participate with the new PIC.
And I assume this process can happen along with the negotiation, or because the time is not right anymore to complete it before, so that can be done at the same time. Okay, thanks.
Maybe one or two last questions, yes?
Hi. We have a partner who requested a cancellation for the SME process because they realized that their upstream enterprise totaled a bit more. That was 2 weeks ago, but on the NEF it's still showing up as self-declared. Is it normal for that to take long?
Yes. The information in NEF is not always, doesn't always agree with what we have in our system. It will most likely be changed by the time that the participant has been submitted to the registry and been fully validated. And it will take, the NEF will then take the information from the participant and be updated then.
Oh. Okay, then I would propose to stop here. A lot of the issues will also be discussed from a different perspective in the follow-up presentation, so you will also have the chance to see more from a practical view, from the project officer view, what you can do in these cases when legal entities change during the negotiation, etc. So we go to the next presentation. Thank you very much. Yep.
Good morning. So my name is Christophe Chardonnay. I work for the IT unit as a project manager in DG Connect. It's in this building. This IT unit is one of the providers of the IT tools you are using. It's not the only one. There are others. I guess if you are here, it's because you have managed to submit a proposal. You have been through the evaluations in that, so you already know a lot about the IT. So I don't have much more to teach you, probably, but still, what I want to, my objective of this presentation is that at the end of the presentation, you should know about all those acronyms. The Commission loves acronyms. And IT especially loves acronym as well. So IT in the Commission, you can imagine. Okay, well, in the previous presentation, you already had a good overview. Actually, I have 3 parts. somewhere in the middle, which would be easy, we need to make a break. So whether it's at the end of part 1 or at the end of part 2, I don't know yet. What I want to show you is, maybe not, I'm not going to demonstrate the participant portal, but I'm going to explain some concepts, important concepts about how roles are managed in the portal. That's where we usually have difficulties with coordinators and participants. The peak and URF, you already had you probably all have a peak, I guess, and I hope you know it by heart. But it's linked to the portal as well. Okay. Then we will go into the details of the negotiation tool, which is called NEF, and NEF stands for Negotiation Forms, or Never Ever Fail, you choose. NEF is used for negotiation. It's used for amendments as well during the life cycle of the project. Okay, once you have signed your contract, the grant agreement, if you need to modify it, if it's a full amendment, you will have to go to NEF again. And NEF is a tool we are using here in DG Connect for the periodic reports, so to submit the cost statements. Okay. So I'm going to show that in the last part. Let's start with the Research and Innovation Participant Portal. It should be your single entry point to all the tools used for managing projects. It's a single entry point for submitting projects. It's a single entry point for even experts, people that will evaluate or review the projects. And it's also, of course, the entry point even to NEF. To access this portal, we need, of course, credentials. And here the credentials are based on people, of course. And individually, you will all need what we call the ICAS, ICAS credentials, ICAS identity, ICAS password. And based on this ICAS identity, we manage roles. The ICAS is actually based, the login, the ID you need is email address. That's your unique identifier as a person, again. If you don't have one, you go to the portal. You had the address before, but of course, if you Google it in 2 words, I mean, participant portal, you find it. And creating an ICAS password shouldn't take more than 10 or 15 minutes. It's very straightforward. Okay, you will receive an email back just to verify that you entered the right email address, and you need to validate, and that's it. So that's where you access the portal. Based on this, what can you do in the portal? I already mentioned it, but you can negotiate, you can amend, and you can submit cost claims, periodic reports. It's also the access to the URF, so Unique Registration Framework. If you're not validated, anybody with a PIC can do it. But if you are validated already, only the LIR can do it. Okay, we'll come back to this. Well, you have, of course, a lot of information on this portal. You will find information about the calls, the processes, the guidelines, and so on. And as I said, we also use this portal for experts. Okay, that's the most important slide, probably, of the presentation. We have on this slide 2 hierarchies. One is for the legal entity, and it's on the right side, organization, legal entity, where we have roles for the legal entity. On the left side, we have roles for the project. Okay? Let's start with the legal entity, the organization, on the right part. For each validated legal entity, you have one and only one LIR, legal entity appointed representative. This person, well, it might be very busy, so he can, of course, delegate and nominate what we call account administrator. And the role of those people, the LIR and the account administrator, is to maintain the legal and financial data in the unique registration framework. So if they want to change the address or submit new documents, they can do it in URF. It's their role. But they're managing the entity here. Another role of the LIR, it's to nominate what we called F-sign. There is it's an acronym which I don't remember exactly. It's called Financial Statement Authorized Signatory. It's a person authorized to sign cost statement, Form Cs, during the periodic reporting. Those F-signs, they are nominated at the level of the entity, as you can see. Okay, and later, at the project level, the main contact, either the primary contact, coordinator contact, or the participant contact will pick some financial, some F-signs for their projects. But they have to be chosen, nominated first by the LIR, or the account administrator. So that's on the level of the organization. If we go to the left, on the project level, we have one primary coordinator contact, the PCOCO, and it's actually our main contact point here for the Commission with the project, with the consortium. Okay, so this name, this contact email address, I would say, is our main identifier as well. If you use the one, in the submission process, you had to declare a primary contact coordinator contact, and we use it again for negotiation. Okay, that's a way we map between a project and a consortium. Of course, again, this person can delegate and be assisted, nominate other people which are coordinators contact, the COCOs, 4 of them, so the 4 plus 1 is 5, and on the participating, on the side of the participant, we can have also 5 participant contacts. They have let's start with the participant contact, not the coordinator. The participant contact can do everything they want on their own data, on the data belonging to their organization. The coordinator here, the coordinator has the rights to modify and read and access all data, not only his own organization. Okay, he has a global view. Then we have other roles, because those coordinator contacts or those participant contacts, sometimes they are not the people entering the data in the system. So we have the possibility to nominate, they have the possibility to nominate task managers, so people actually having the right to enter, delete, modify their own data. And they can also, we can also have the role of team member, but the team member has only a read-only view. He cannot touch anything. He can view, he can read, but he cannot change. Well, at the end, whenever there is an official submission to the Commission, so whether it's for negotiation amendments or cost statements, the submission can only be done by the coordinator, the primary contact coordinator, coordinator contact. Okay. If it's not clear, if you go to the participant portal anyway, there are a few documents summarizing all those roles, because this is the way the portal works. And it's depending on your role, you can nominate others, you can manage other roles. Okay, so you have a tab in the portal, I think it's called roles, and you will see depending on your own role, what you can do. Okay, it's again a repetition of an explanation of what I just said. Here we have the project hierarchy. The one primary coordinator contact is managed by the Commission, by the way. That's, as I said, it's the unique contact point we have here. If you need to change it, you need to contact the project officer. And the rest should be done outside the Commission. We don't care, well, we don't care. It's not our business, the Commission, to manage the other roles. The project hierarchy is described here. The legal entity, the organization hierarchy is here. Again, the LIR cannot be modified like that. It's the unique contact point for managing the legal entity data. There is a formal process to appoint him. Okay. Few words about legal entities, but I'm going to go to skip fast because it's quite redundant with what you had in the previous presentation. The PIC, as I said, you probably all have it. There is a special case, of course. It's when you add, when there is a new participant which needs to be added during the negotiation. This will be done in NEF. What you need is a PIC to add a new participant. So as soon as you want to add a new participant, you need to, if he is registered, it's easy. You get a PIC, you ask him his PIC. If not, he has to get it, the PIC. So participant portal, URF, entering all the information. At least you have a draft PIC at the end of this process. So it doesn't take very long to get the draft PIC. Then there is a validation process, which is something else. The good news is that this PIC is unique for CIP, FP7, and we are, of course, going to reuse it starting next year for the new program, Horizon 2020. And it's unique across all what we call research DGs. So several services in the Commission use it. The email address, I checked, it's the same as in the previous presentation, so no error here. And it's actually a question we had in the previous one. Can we check the legal and financial status of the participants? Let's come back to this one. Yes, you can, but just an overview. And it was said that it might take time to be refreshed, but normally we try to refresh every day, but there are several validation steps, and it might be not visible immediately as soon as it is validated. Okay. This slide, it's again the same process for adding a new entity in NEF. Well, it's not important maybe for you, but the registration on the URF is open at any time. Anybody, any organization, any legal entity can register, even if they don't participate in a project yet. So at one time, we will start the validation for them. But if an entity is not participating in a project, there's no priority, of course. It will take much longer for them to be validated. We change the priority as soon as a legal entity is participating somewhere. So it's either it comes from the proposal or it comes from NEF, but those entities have the priority for the validation. We also, well, that was said before. Legal validation, everybody. Financial validation, only if you are beneficiaries requesting more than threshold. And if I remember, it's 25,000 euros, except for public bodies, international organization, and so on. All right, so that's everything that I want to explain about the participant portal, but you have used it already, so normally you know what to expect. Now let's describe more the NEF tool and the negotiation process. NEF is used for negotiation to prepare what we call the GPF, Grant Preparation Form. And so in this GPF you will find legal information, contact points, budget, bank account, and things like that, and of course the description of work. And it's for everybody, I would say. If you participate in other programs, it's NEF as well. Amendments, same. Amendments is actually a modification to the grant. NEF is going to be used if we require to collect information from you. Periodic reports, NEF is only used for DG Connect projects. Okay, so it means that DG RTD is using another tool. We're in the process of merging, so next year we'll have only one tool, but we still have two different tools. So if you participate in RTD projects somewhere else, you may have another tool for periodic reports. NEF has a concept which we use for all those processes, which is called session, NEF sessions. Actually, it's always the commission, the project officer, who decides to open a session. So we make NEF available to you to submit documents, data, whatever. When a session is open, you are notified, of course. Okay, if you have used the portal, you have a notification service here. You can, if it's an important notification, you will receive it by email as well. We tell you, okay, NEF is ready for you. And in the portal, you will see immediately, okay, for this project, I have a NEF session to negotiate, amend or submit cost claims. The coordinator and the beneficiary can work in parallel on their data. And as I said before, only the coordinator can submit. So it means that a coordinator has checked that everything is complete, and we provide some little tools for the beneficiaries, for the legal entities not coordinating, to indicate that they have finalized their work. But only the coordinator can submit. Then, of course, we have a notification inside here. The project officer will check what you have submitted. If he's happy with it, he will process to the next steps of the grant agreement, for instance. But if something is wrong for him, he can reopen the session. He will, of course, tell you why, what's missing, what's wrong. And again, the ball is on your side. It's what we call it internally the ping pong. So we may have 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions. It depends. The history is always visible. You can always see the previous session. We don't erase everything that you've done before. Don't worry about that. So what can you do in NEF for negotiation? You have to prepare the grant agreement. So you need information on, as I said, legal entity, access forms, and that. All those forms which I don't know by heart, A1, A21, A22. And the other part is a description of work. The description of work, NEF provides some help to construct the tables. So the structured form are here in NEF, but of course there is always a narrative part, what we call the narrative part. So it's the description of the work that is going to be done. It's just a document that you need to upload. And of course, I guess you have templates on the portal. So two documents we need to produce with NEF. Some screenshots. During negotiation, you always have project-related information. You have participant information, so individually for each participant you have other forms, other tables. And you have a specific part which is for the description of work. NEF will always try to guide you. Okay, if there is missing information, if there is, there are some automatic checks. So you see this little red bullet close to project, that something is missing, wrong, and so that. So you can put your mouse on it and it will tell you what's missing. As I said, the coordinator can submit only if everybody has finalized its work. So each participant can signal, okay, I'm done with my data. And there is a tick box in the main screen for the participant. Say, okay, I tick here, it means that I have done everything. NEF will tell you it's not true, huh? This field is missing if there is something missing. But we can signal that the work is done. And if everything is fine, the coordinator can submit. For each project, of course, you have to fill in the what we call the budget table, so the estimated costs. Here, this table is very dependent on the type of projects you are working on. You won't have the same table for a thematic network with lump sums and for a project in pilot type A. This will be completely different. NEF normally is aware of this funding scheme, so it will only allow you to introduce the data that it needs. And as I said, there are controls, there are checks, and if you put a few amounts, the sum is automatically calculated, and the percentage as well if you have an indirect cost and so on. So plenty of checks in NEF. What we don't take into account are decimals, and sometimes, well, it might, if you have a percentage, for instance, you may have a truncation, and so €1 is missing, it might happen. So be aware of that. The description of work, so as I explained, there are structured tables, and there is a narrative part. Well, the part A comes from the information of the project. The work plan tables, 3 information we need to get: work packages, deliverables, and milestones. They are related. And the part B, what we call the part B, is the narrative part. Here you have to upload a document. We have a limit of maximum 20 megabytes. Description of work, as I said, you need to enter work packages. Usually you do this first. Then you have deliverables linked to work packages, and you have milestones linked to work packages as well. And the narrative part. So here you have a complete overview. And here, just to show you that there are dependencies between tables, but we don't check all the consistencies of the data. I mean, it can be quite complex if you have the manpower you input. We are not going to check if it's correct with the duration and so on. If you followed closely the first presentation and what I said so far, you know that the legal data, you cannot change it in NEF. Okay, it's read-only here, no edition. If you need to change it, URF. By the year if it's validated. Okay, that's all for the negotiation. Once you fill in everything, once everything has been completed, as I said, the submission is done. The project officer will look at what you've submitted, and there might be a new session to correct, change things. Once the grant agreement is signed, so after the negotiation, you may have to change your, to amend the contract. For any reason. If it's a change that requires input from you, if you need to change, for instance, I don't know, the duration, so the description of work has to be changed, we will reopen a session in NEF, but it's called an amendment session. Of course, we retrieve all the information about the grant, the description of work. It will, there is nothing really new. You will have the same tables as for negotiation, but you will need to work on it and submit again. But here I have one recommendation. It's be careful. Amendments cannot be done in parallel with another session. Well, first, you cannot have amendments in parallel, but you cannot have an amendment in parallel of a periodic report session. And very often, that's a common mistake done here. A periodic report session is started, then it's at that time that the consortium or the coordinator or one participant realize that something has changed in the contract, and so they cannot submit cost claims. And what we need to do is we need to cancel this session, open an amendment session, complete it, and once it's done, we can reopen the periodic report. But as you can imagine, we lose a lot of time for the reporting period, for the periodic report submission. And of course, it will delay the payment and that. So what we recommend is usually as soon as there is a change that requiring an amendment, don't wait for the end of the period, do it immediately. One thing you cannot do in an amendment is simply deleting a participant. We don't call it a deletion or a suppression or whatever. It's what we call a termination. Okay? If the project has started, the participant is part of the grant agreement and is in the participant list. It cannot be removed. It can be terminated. In that case, we will have a termination date in the main screen, and but the participants still belong to the grant agreement. Of course, the changes in legal data from URF are reflected during the negotiation, not during amendments automatically. Okay. What I suggest, we have 5 up to 10 minutes before we go for the coffee break. Maybe I can take a first round of questions on negotiation and amendments, and after the break, after the coffee break, we can quickly go through the periodic reporting in NEF. Yep.
I have I mean, it can be a silly question, but actually when we have submitted the project in May, we have made mistake in 2 emails for 2 of the beneficiaries, so contact person. Now, when the negotiation, the NEF session was opened, it's not possible for them to see that and to access to the project because the link is not made because of this mistake. It's, for months now that we are trying to solve that, and we do not manage to solve it. So as a coordinator, what we have done is we are entering the data to ensure that it's accurate in the NEF session, but I would prefer them to check again to ensure that it's fine. And it makes things a bit difficult as well because what happens is that since the authorized representatives' contact details are not complete, we can't submit the first document for the negotiation. We have had our meeting yesterday, so it's not a big deal with the PO, but it's just, it's a difficulty then for us and with the participant.
As I said, the only modification normally the Commission does on our side is the primary coordinator contact, so the coordinator contact. All the rest, you should be able to change it yourself as a coordinator. So the participant contact, you have the possibility to change it. Previously it was in NEF. Now I think it's in the portal. Did you? I'm pretty sure you've checked. If you're not able to do it in NEF, go to the portal and you will be able to do it here. But it's not on our side that we change the participant contacts. We may have a look if you want, but the only, as I said, the only contact we change is a coordinator one. The rest is, you can manage it.
It seems that the information layer has not been transmitted to the GPF forms. In our project, we observed that in some of the partners. So we have the fields for the layer are empty, and we have no way to write there. And this information is in the site of the European Commission. So how can we solve that, and what?
Normally, when the appointment of the layer is completed, is finalized, we get this information and it's refreshed in NEF. So in your case, I cannot tell you why. Is it fully completed? Does the layer have the formal appointment letter? Or is it a technical problem? I don't know. I'm going to show that at the end, but there is a way to contact the technical support as well. And if something is wrong, of course, I recommend to immediately contact my colleagues on the help desk. And normally, they're quite efficient for that. But, it should be reflected. Okay, that's. If it doesn't work?
Just to reiterate, it's really a formal process where there has to be appointment letters and all these kind of things going back and forth. So it might also take some time in the process. But as soon as it is really appointed, it should be reflected. And if that is not the case, then it's a technical problem which we have to solve on our side. Any other last questions before coffee? Or you want 5 minutes more coffee break? Okay, so let's have 5 minutes more coffee break so that you can also network a bit. So until 15, after 11:15, it continues. Thank you. Okay, please sit down. We'll start with the second part of the morning.
Okay, let's start again. And let's go on with the part 3. And actually, well, congratulations. You have signed the grant agreement. And you have started the work. So now we're in the process, we're in the life cycle of the project. So what happens here? Well, first, according to the description of work, you may have deliverables to deliver at any time. You can do so by email to your project officer at any time. Okay, so I know email is not always the most convenient way to communicate, but that's the way it is for the moment. But then you have also a fixed period, what we call a reporting period, 6 months, 1 year, depends, which you will reach the end of this period, and it's the time to what we call start the periodic report. And here you have some work to do, and again it's in NEF. Okay, so it means that automatically, normally, unless there is an amendment ongoing, the periodic report session will be open in NEF, and you will get invited. You will get an invitation, a notification to go to NEF through the portal again. The coordinator, as usual, has more responsibilities than the beneficiaries, but of course, each beneficiary has to complete the financial statements, the Form Cs, upload the CFS if required. So I mean, it wasn't discussed so far, but it's probably this afternoon, no? And of course to sign. I remember what I said before the break. You have a specific role to sign the financial statement. It's the F-sign role. And this F-sign role is the pool of F-sign roles is selected by appointed by the LEAR, and the beneficiary contact or the participant contact or the coordinator contact selects which F-sign is assigned to this project in the pool. What can the coordinator do in addition to what he has to do as a beneficiary as well? He needs to provide the periodic technical report, and of course, at the end, he will submit. So he will act as the intermediary layer between project officer and beneficiaries. How to access this periodic reporting in NEF? There is a link from the first page. You see it. You have the and it's only for each participant, it's only for the beneficiary that you have the summary. It's a link called Period Summary, and here you can access. You will see the next screen. You can access to all the periods. Of course, it also depends on the funding scheme. You're not going to report the same way. A project with lump sums, where you have a fixed amount of grant, with a grant where you have to declare costs. Here's the screen with the summary of 4 periods. So here we see that there is a first period from months 1 to months 12, where the financial statement has been done and is finalized, by the way. The reports, the periodic reports, like the declaration, the annual report, the progress report, the use of resources, they have to be submitted as attachment, as documents in NEF. So what do we have in this financial statement screen? Well, it all depends on the funding scheme, but you have another table which really looks like the budget table you had in the negotiation. You declare the costs. You have actually, be careful, you have 4 tabs. The first one is about the cost. The second one is about other declarations. Well, some of them are maybe not valid for CIP. You have a signature tab. It's where the F-sign needs to sign. You need to put the name of the F-sign, and you have a comment tab. This is your other tab. I think we don't have any interest on the pre-financing, so this the number 3 should be removed. And if you need a certificate and financial statement, it's here that you provide it. The signature, here it's where you choose which F-sign. So of course, again, the F-sign has been nominated by the LEAR. Okay, and you choose the one that is going to sign this. Okay, that's a process. On the left, you have any participant. You have the coordinator, and you have the commission. The drafting of Form Cs is done by all beneficiaries. They can also upload certificates if necessary. Then they say, okay, the work is done. They need to say it's ready for signature. At this stage, when it's signaled as ready for signature, the F-sign, so the person who's going to sign, is notified. And he can submit the cost claim on behalf of his legal entity. The coordinator will gather all those cost statements. I mean, he will receive all of them. He can approve or ask again for a new round. And when he thinks that everybody has done its work and everything is fine, he can submit to the Commission. At that time, it's something I didn't say so far, but from the 1st of January of this year, the submission of cost claim is electronic only. Okay, so we don't require any paper, and that's why when the coordinator submits to the Commission, he will receive what we call a near receipt, a stamp document. It's a PDF document that he can modify, and it's a proof that he has submitted it. So as I just said, it's electronic only since the 1st of January. So anyway, any new project signed this year will go through this process. One consequence is that we need F-signs roles. So if we need F-signs roles, we'll need a LEAR. So since this year, nomination of LEAR is mandatory. On our side, we have a clock when you submit. Okay, you submit your cost statements. We have a number of days to process them and do the payment, actually. But of course, the PO, the Commission, will assess what you have submitted. If there is a missing document, if there is an error, again, like in the negotiation, we will reopen the session, asking for the missing documents, correcting the error, and things like that. And the clock stops when the ball is on your side, of course. I already said it, but I repeat it. No amendment session in parallel to a periodic report, so do it before or after if it doesn't change the cost claim. Full electronic, I already said it. Okay? What I want to show you is where you can find support, help. First, for NEF, we have an online documentation. It's a wiki, actually, where we display the concepts, the transactions, the forms, what you need to do, only for NEF. If you have a problem, the way to contact us is through the portal. This is a portal. I'm not logged in, so I'm not recognized, but I can still see a few tabs. Of course, I have no project here. But here you have a tab called Support. And in the support, actually, you have the what's new, a FAQ, if you want to know. And actually, there are good questions on roles. How can I nominate or revoke colleagues? Okay, that was a question. And so on. What is the layer? And so you have everything here. But if still you have a technical problem, contact us is a tab you need to use. It's a form you fill in. You enter the CAPTCHA code here and you send. All right? That's not the one. It's this one. Okay, we will go to questions again, but before I come back to this one. Did I cover all of them? Well, no. There is one that is not in the presentation.
URF?
Tama is a task manager.
URF?
Certificate and financial statement. AMD is actually a short name for amendment. URF is a unique registration framework. I heard it. Okay. Okay is not an acronym here. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question for the F signatories. Do they have to be the same as the authorized representatives, or can it be anybody?
I think it can be anybody. It's usually the chief accounting officer or.
It has to be somebody who's allowed to sign this document for your organization, and the LIA has the responsibility to only put those people in. So, but this is up to your internal organization. So he's the only one who knows, and we will just rely on what is written there. That's one of his duties and responsibilities.
You say that the electronic version will start in 2014. For the new projects, for the ongoing projects, it's still the old version, paper version?
It's not 2014, it's 2030.
For all of you, it's only electronic. If one of you is already in a project that is ongoing, there's a possibility to do an amendment if all partners are willing to go over to the electronic process. But this is then to have to discuss with your PO in the other project.
We have a small procedural question which really only becomes apparent when we reach the end of the presentation. We're in the process of entering our structured data, and our project is 36 months. You have raised the point that some reports must be presented within 60 days. And the final reports, of course, will not be completed until what is month 38, which is beyond the project life, in what used to be called under FP7, I believe, the Delta period. The NEF system, quite correctly, does not allow you to put in deliverables beyond the end of the life of the project. So at present, we've just put a comment for our project officer to say they will not be available until month number 38. Is that the right way to deal with this problem?
Well, the deliverables, I think they should be within the timeline of the project. The final reporting, that is something where the NEF system will allow you to put it in afterwards. But there you have the time to do it. There you have the 60 days or whatever it is now. I don't know exactly. But basically, for the deliverables, it is that the month where you are ready to send it. So not when you say, okay, now, and then we have to still write it. But there you put the month that you will be delivering it. And this should be within the 36 months. And for the periodic report, you will have the delta time, and for the review afterwards and this kind of thing.
For a thematic network with a lump sum model, are we supposed to provide periodic reporting or not?
For the thematic networks with lump sum, you have a very simplified process. You will just have a consolidated form where only the coordinator ticks those that have participated actively in the network, and the lump sums will be based on that basis. Of course, you will also have some deliverables and some reviews, and the PO has to also certify that the work has been done. But for the reporting itself, it's a very simplified process. The coordinator just ticks those that have been participating actively, because there could be some that have not done any work or that have not performed, and those will get the lump sum. Okay, if there are no more questions, then thank you very much. Will you be staying or will you be leaving? Okay, so he will stay till the end of the morning. So if you have some more questions, you can still ask them a bit later, maybe in relation also to the presentation we have now on the legal aspects. So we come to the next presentation.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Isabella Ferrari from the operational unit within DG Connect. I cannot assure you that you will have lots of fun during this presentation, but I hope it will be useful for you. So the aim is actually to facilitate your negotiation process, giving you some knowledge about the main legal issue that could be related to this. So giving, at the same time, a basic knowledge, but also to give a very brief overview of what is new compared to the previous rules that were applied before the new financial regulation and the Commission decision that was approved in April 2013. Sorry. So we will actually follow the structure of the grant agreement in this presentation, which is made of a core part, and Annex 1, which is the description of work, Annex 2, that is the general condition and is the same for all the project, Annex 3, which is the Form A for accession of beneficiary to the grant agreement, and Annex 4, that is Form B, for the accession of new legal entities. Form C is no more there because, as you listened already in the previous presentation, it's done automatically. This is done electronically, and this is one of the new things from this year. So we start with the core part of the grant agreement. The core part of the grant agreement contains the information that you can see in these slides. And in this presentation, we will go a bit deeper in the part that is highlighted in bold. So the full list is including beneficiary, the scope of the project, the duration and the start date of the project, the reporting period, the maximum EU financial contribution, the bank account, pre-financing, the special condition, then the communication details, and of course the date and the signature. But we will focus more on beneficiaries, start date of the project, reporting period, pre-financing and special condition, because are the ones that are more relevant for you, that could have more legal implication. So talking about beneficiary, we decided also to put you the slide about the minimum condition for participation. This is usually actually evaluated during the evaluation process. But the reason why we put it here is because you have to pay attention in case there is any change in the consortium, that the minimum condition for the participation must be respected. So for Pilot A are 6 national administration or legal entities designated to act on their behalf from 6 different EU member states. For Pilot B are 4 legal entities from 4 different member states or associate country. For the PPI pilot, which is one of the other novelties of this year and stands for Pilot Procurement Project for Innovation Solution, and is 3 mutually independent procurers and from 3 different member states or associate country, but at least 2 must be established as public bodies. For best practice network and thematic network is 7 independent legal entities from 7 different EU member states and associate countries. And this you have always to pay attention that these minimum conditions are respected. Then you can have more, but the minimum must be there. Then the legal entities that are eligible for funding are all the legal entities established in EU member state or associate country. International organizations and entities from third countries could participate, but on a case-by-case analysis, and anyway without no funding. Entities which do not have legal personality can participate, but under certain conditions. So the first one is that the representative can take obligation on behalf of the entities, and they can offer guarantees equivalent to the one offered by a legal person, and they also can assure that they have the financial and operational capacity as an entity with legal personalities. So I will not go deeper in this because you already received a full presentation about the validation process, the legal and financial validation, but I will focus on what are the consequences of a weak legal validation and the operational capacity. So what happens if an entity is declared weak? There are some security measures that the Commission may decide to take to assure that the financial interests are protected. There are some options. We are presenting you the more used one, and are under a special condition that must be included in the contract, which is under Article 8. One is the joint financial responsibility, and it's usually used when there is a mix in the consortium of weak but also strong partners, beneficiary. And in this case, in case of one of the beneficiaries defaulting, the other one must repay the debt of the defaulting beneficiary in proportion of the share of the contribution that they receive, and anyway within the limit of the maximum year contribution. It must be agreed by all the beneficiaries, and anyway is not applicable to public body or in case the defaulting is coming from penalties, of the beneficiaries coming from penalties. Then there are financial guarantees. Financial guarantees can actually cover one beneficiary or the coordinator. Consider that as a general rule, a weak coordinator should not be accepted. Can still participate in the project, but as a beneficiary, not as a coordinator. If for some specific technical reason is necessary that that entity is a coordinator, then usually is request the financial guarantees. For a beneficiary, the financial guarantees protect actually the pre-financing that the beneficiary is receiving. For the coordinator, besides the pre-financing, is also covered the payment that the coordinator receives and then has the duty to distribute to the other beneficiaries. So the financial guarantees can be issued by a bank, must be a well-known bank in one of the EU member states, a financial institution, or could be a third party or like a parent company. But in this case, the parent company must be validated, as was done for the other beneficiary, in order to be sure that it's strong enough to provide the financial guarantees. When should be issued? It should be issued before the payment of the pre-financing. And there are 2 special conditions, one for the beneficiary and one for the coordinator, that are included in the contract. So, for example, in the case of the beneficiary, when you add this clause, the coordinator don't distribute the pre-financing to the beneficiary until he has provided a financial guarantee. For the coordinator, the same. The Commission don't pay the pre-financing within the limit usually applied, which is 30 days, but cannot pay until the financial guarantee is provided. And the latest is actually when the payment of the pre-financing is done. It must be, for a beneficiary, it must be there until the last payment is done. For the coordinator, there could be a difference when he, for example, already pay the other beneficiary. In that case, the amount of the financial guarantee that should be equivalent to the pre-financing and the payment that he received could be decreased. But it should be always equivalent to the amount of the pre-financing and the payment that has not yet been distributed. Then when you receive a new payment, there's a possibility either to increase again the financial guarantee, either to do a new one. And there is another option that is another special condition which foresees the possibility not to distribute the pre-financing to the weak beneficiary. But it must be agreed, of course. Anyway, in the guide for legal and financial validation, at the end, you have the model letter for the financial guarantee that could be also about the joint financial responsibility that could be useful for you. And the model must be followed as it is in the model itself, because it's important that each paragraph should be there, because we were asked if possible to change. It could be refused as a guarantee by the Commission. Then what the Commission checks is the operational capacity of the entities. At this point is check the technical and, in one word, the professional capacity that you have to carry out the work. Usually it's checked at the consortium level and also at the beneficiary level. It's done at the evaluation, in the evaluation phase, and usually the evaluator gives recommendation that in general the PO follow. But in case the PO has additional information, which may come from audit reports if the beneficiary is participating in other project, or because he already has some information about the technical capacity of the specific beneficiary, in this case the PO can also choose not to follow the recommendation of the external evaluator. And in any case, this is done in case of a new legal entities. So the DG Connect can verify the operational capacity. Then the start date of the project is established in the grant agreement. As a general rule, is the first day following the first day of the month following the entry into force of the grant agreement, which is when the last party signed the grant agreement, which usually is the Commission. So when the Commission signed the grant agreement, that is the entry into force, and the start date of the project is the first day of the month following the entry into force. This is important for you because it is actually from that date you can start charging costs. So the costs become eligible from that date. There could be also the possibility to have a fixed date. It must be established, agreed and established again in the core grant agreement. There are some exceptional cases where actually the start date of the project could be before the signature of the grant agreement, but it must be duly justified and accepted by the Commission, and it's still a risk for the beneficiary because in case something happens and the contract is not signed, at that point the cost cannot be reimbursed. Then the reporting. You already received lots of information about the reporting during the previous presentation, but what is relevant here for you is that it must be in the core part of the grant agreement. It must be defined what are the period of the project, and at the end of each full reporting exercise, the report must be submitted by the coordinator, as explained within 60 days. You already know that there should be a description of the progress of the work, the use of the resources, the financial statement. And in case of a final period, then the final report must be submitted within 60 days of the end of the project. Deliverables, as already explained because of the previous question, must be submitted when foreseen in the Annex 1. For the certificate of financial statement as well, when it's due, it must be submitted, and you already hear that is when you request an amount equivalent or superior to 325,000 euros. Why we were talking about the period is also because it has an influence on the pre-financing. For example, if the project duration is inferior or equal to 18 months, the pre-financing could be a maximum of 80,000% of the maximum EU contribution. This is a maximum amount. It could be less than this amount, but this is the maximum that could reach. And usually is one initial pre-financing with 30 days, that one initial pre-financing which is distributed after 30 days from the signature of the grant agreement, of the entry into force of the grant agreement. Is for the whole duration of the project, and the coordinator receive it and should distribute to the other beneficiary. That, of course, have acceded to the grant agreement, submitted the Form A. If the project is more than 18 months, then the maximum amount that the pre-financing can reach is 60% of the maximum EU contribution. In this case, there could be the one pre-financing, as described before, or there could be an option that foresees also the possibility to have an additional pre-financing after the reporting period, but must be agreed during the negotiation phase. And anyway, there are some limitations of the maximum amount that you can receive, because in that case cannot be more, in any case, from the previous pre-financing that you received, the payments, and this additional pre-financing cannot go further than 19% of the financial contribution. There is still a limit. And anyway, you have to show that you already spent at least 70% of the first pre-financing that you received. There is anyway a special condition which foresees the possibility to pay the pre-financing 45 days before the start date of the project. And this is usually used when, for example, there is a fixed date that is established for, I don't know, 3 months or 4 months after the entry into force of the grant agreement. Now, most of the special conditions, we already, some of them we already mentioned during these previous slides, but there are some other that could be relevant for you. And for example, for Pilot A, under the Article 8, there are several conditions that are specifically applicable for Pilot Project A. But it's important to specify that it's applicable only for them. So if you read applicable for Pilot A, then Pilot A can apply, but the other funding instrument cannot. And for example, there are some special conditions which related to free access of results, but you will be fully explain about this in the afternoon. And then there are other special conditions, like, for example, if in case of the Pilot A, there could be the possibility to subcontract some of the coordination costs, or including a special condition for third parties when is an higher education. I mean, when there is the need to, if it's an higher education institution, which has delegated power to another entities for administrative and coordination issues. Or, for example, in case there is a lower flat rate that is applied to them, like instead of the 7% or the 10% could be applied a lower percentage, but this must be agreed during the negotiation. There is a special condition that is relevant for the previous question that was asked in case of a thematic network lump sum. If it's a lump sum, then there is the possibility of have this simplification, but this special condition must add it to the contract. So you don't have to provide the certificate of financial statement, you don't have to provide all the justification for the eligible cost, and also about the declaration receipt. The special clause for third parties, I will talk more later, because there are some changes in relation to the new financial regulation and the new Commission decision. So there is another special clause that could be relevant in case there is, as we were saying before, a beneficiary with no EU contribution, like, for example, an entity from the third countries. This could be useful because actually in this way, the entities should not be subject to audits from the Commission. Or there is another special clause for the PPI pilot, which will be explained better later during the afternoon, which actually introduces this new instrument with a specific funding rate that will be described later. Then there is a special clause for low-value grants that are less or equal to 60,000 euros. And when you include this special clause, the time for ex post audits and the time that you have to keep the records and the financial statement related to the project is reduced from 5 to 3 years. Then we talk about the Annex 1 description of work, but just making reference to the main legal issue because you will receive a full explanation of the Annex 1 specifically in the afternoon. So as already has been mentioned by our colleague, is made of a Part A, which is generated from NEF and has some information about the project summary, the list of the participants, and the budget breakdown and work plan tables. Part B instead is uploaded in NEF and is usually based on the project proposal and is a narrative part. But what is relevant for you is that if in case there are subcontractors or third party, it must be added in this part. But we will see it better later. So for the beneficiary participating in the CIP project, for pilot A, there is an obligation or I'm anticipating a bit the slide. Here is just about the task and the obligation that the coordinator and the beneficiary has. Okay, usually the coordinator has the responsibility to represent all the beneficiary in front of the EC Commission. He is also the intermediary in the communication between the EC and the beneficiaries. Receive the EU contribution and has the duty also to distribute to the other beneficiary. And there are some specific tasks that we will see better in the next slide that cannot be subcontracted as a general rule. Then they have the responsibility of carrying out the work in the project. And as we see before, in case of a special condition, there could be also a joint financial responsibility, but must be agreed. Then each beneficiary anyway should be responsible for carrying out the work as foreseen in Annex 1. Now, going to the task that the coordinator cannot subcontract. They are listed under the Article 2(1) in the Annex 2 of the grant agreement. This task that you can see listed there, like transmitting all the documents and correspondence to the EC, receiving and distributing the payments, keeping records and financial account, informing the EC of the funds distribution when required, reviewing a report and deliverable for consistency before sending to the EC, and monitoring the beneficiary compliance with the obligation of the grant agreement, and informing the beneficiary and the EC of the changes that could be relevant for the project. This cannot be subcontracted. The coordinator or delegate in any way. The coordinator must carry out itself. There are some exceptions for pilot A in case of a public body or in case a third party is included in the grant agreement with a special condition. The other tasks that are not listed in this article can be actually carried out by other beneficiary or even subcontracted. But these specific ones that are listed in this article must be carried out by the coordinator only. Then we go to subcontracting. As we say, it must be indicated in the annex, in the Part B of the Annex 1. Usually in general, cannot take place between beneficiaries, because we assume that each beneficiary will carry out the work and charge the costs that he will face. And full details must be added in Annex 1, so you have to specify exactly what are the tasks that that you want to subcontract, the justification for the subcontract, because as a general rule, each beneficiary should be able to carry out the work by itself. So it must be justify why you need a subcontractor. Then the estimated cost must be there, and the method of selection. This is very important because the subcontracting can be awarded only following a transparent bidding procedure and based on the best value for money, and cannot be used as a way to fund legal entities that are not eligible under the CIP rules. Anyway, all the information about the subcontracting are available under the Article 2.6 of the Annex 2 of the General Grant Agreement, and we invite you to read it carefully, but we will give you more information. What is really important, and this is something that often happens, is that they put the name of the subcontractor already in the Annex 1. This doesn't mean that you don't have to show that he was selected following a transparent procedure. So even if you put the name, it doesn't mean that you don't have to do any procedure to show that it was selected based on the best value for money. There are some exceptions, like for example, in case of framework contract, usually companies do framework contract, for example, for audits with audits company to audit all the project. In that case, could be accepted, but consider that if an audit comes, you have to be able to show that at the beginning, when you selected them, it was selected in a transparent way. Another example that should be avoided, because you should also show that there was no conflict of interest in choosing the partner, is to subcontract some affiliated. Usually this is a typical example of conflict of interest, is most likely cost will be rejected, unless you are very really able to justify that it was the only option or the more convenient one in the market. So just to summarize, in case there are subcontractors, what happens if there are subcontractors involved? If there are no subcontractors, you just add a line in the Part B of the Annex 1, specify that there are no subcontracting. If yes, you have to specify all the information that we say, so the complete list of the beneficiary concerned, the task, the estimated cost, the justification, and the selection procedure in the Annex 1. We put also a tip. Usually, there are sometimes cases where we receive the request for refunding cost of certificate statement under the amount of 325,000 euros. Even if you put that as a subcontractor, we cannot accept them because the obligation is only over the 325,000 euros. So don't include it there because it will not be accepted. Then we come to third parties. We put in these slides actually how the situation was before and how the situation is now, because there are some changes following the new Commission decision in April 2013. So before, for all the ongoing grants, what was happening? For Pilot A, only European Economic Interest Group could be accepted as a third party, or if the entity was made of several legal entities, or if there was another entity with that delegated power to a national administration or public body. But this is only for Pilot A. For all the other instruments, the only case where the third party were accepted were the European Economic Interest Group. In this case, the work carried out by the third party could actually be reimbursed. All the other cases were not acceptable and the costs were not accepted. Now what is happening? There is a new formulation of this provision. So now for all the instruments, if the third party has a legal or capital link with the beneficiary, could be accepted. And also the case of, in case the beneficiary is formed of different or several legal entities, like before was the European Economic Interest Group. And only for Pilot A, in addition to the two that we already said, in case the legal entities has delegated power by the public administration. In all these cases, anyway, when you ask to include a third party, you must show that there was an agreement that was not done for the sole purpose of the project, but was already there and will go beyond the scope of the project. And this proof must be submitted by the beneficiary. Now, in case the third party is participating in the project, in this case, it should be clearly identified in Annex 1, so it should be clearly identified the legal name of the third party, the estimated budget, and exactly the task that will carry out. Then there are two options, because the third parties actually are included in the grant agreement through a special condition. So once you have identified what kind of third party you want to include in the grant agreement, now you have to choose if you want to include it also in the core grant agreement or only in the Annex 1. If you include it also in the core grant agreement, so you choose option 1, in that case, it must be going through all the process foreseen in NEF that has been already described by my colleague. In case it's only included in the Annex 1, then you don't have to do the whole procedure, but consider that the legalist instance is anyway verified. So you still need to communicate all the information and still need to be verified. Now, in case the beneficiary is included and want to claim costs, there should be another option that should be selected in the article, and is the one related to the financial statement. They are submitted electronically, that we already said, but there are two options that you have to choose. The first one is when the beneficiary provide also for each third party the individual financial statement, the certificate of the financial statement when required, and a summary consolidating the cost for both the beneficiary and its third party. The second option that you can choose is that is the beneficiary which identifies in its financial statement the costs that are related to the third party, and also certify in the certificate of financial statement that all the costs have been claimed accordingly to the provision foreseen in the grant agreement. So just to summarize, in case a third party is involved, if not, you just include a sentence in the Annex 1, say that no third party is included. In case it is included, then you have to first include the special condition in Article 8, select the option that you want to apply to your third party, and remember that it must be clearly identify the beneficiary, the task, the budget that the third party will be concerned about. Now we go to the Annex 2, the general condition. Consider that this Annex 2, which is made of 4 parts, and you can see the part A is implementation of the project, part B are the IPR, use and dissemination, part C is the financial provision, and part D are control, recovery, and sanction. Good news is that we will not go through all of them now because you receive most of this information later, but the important thing that you have to know here is that these general conditions are the same for all the project and cannot be modified in any way, even through amendment. They should be always the same, and you have to keep them as they are and to follow them. Now, Annex 3 and Annex 4. Annex 3, as we say, is the Form A, which is used for the accession of the beneficiary to the grant agreement, and must be signed and sent to the Commission within 45 days of the following the entry into force of the grant agreement, and must be signed both by the beneficiary and the coordinator. Annex 4 is the Form B, and is the accession form from new legal entities. Also, this must be signed both by the beneficiary and the coordinator. We already mentioned before that now Form C is no more there because it's done all electronically, but you still have to fill periodically the financial statement, each beneficiary, and sign them in the way that was specified before by my colleague in the previous presentation. And also regarding the certificate of financial statement is still now done electronically. Now, what is important also for the beneficiary before signing the grant agreement is actually, for Pilot A, is actually compulsory to do a consortium agreement. For all the other instruments, it's not compulsory a consortium agreement, but is foreseen in the grant agreement the need of having appropriate internal arrangement. So this should be still there. You should be able to do it before the signature of the grant agreement. Usually is a private contract between the beneficiary, and we don't check it, neither approve it. And the provision of this internal arrangement cannot any way be in contrast with the provision of the grant agreement, which in any case prevails. And we publish on our digital agenda website a checklist that is not binding, but could be useful for you in case you have to reach this internal arrangement. What is very important that should be there is the provision related to the internal operation and management of the project, and you have to sort it out already the issue related to intellectual property rights inside the internal arrangement. Now, for the signature of the grant agreement, let's say that you already have finalized the Annex 1, all the beneficiaries have been validated, the grant preparation form, which we will see a bit better later, are signed, correct, and complete, and all the other aspects of the process has been finalized, like also the financial viability check and the financial identification. Then it's possible to sign the grant agreement. How it is done? First is the C, which actually send a PDF of the grant agreement that will be generated with the help of the grant preparation form, and in the form of a PDF is sent by emails to the coordinator. the coordinator should sign and send back to the Commission in 2 copies. Then the Commission signed the grant agreement, and this is the entry into force of the grant agreement, and send it back to the coordinator. Then the coordinator has 45 days to send the accession form of all the other beneficiaries. We highlight that usually it takes some time. I mean, it's not so immediate as I'm saying now. Sometimes there is a bit of time between all these passages, just to let you know. The grant preparation forms. They have been already more or less mentioned before, but what could be relevant for you is to know that, for example, the Form A1 contains information related to the project, the start date, and the abstract. Form A2 is more related to the information of the single beneficiary. And what is really important for you here to know is that there is a form, A25, which actually is the form where you say that you are able to carry out the work, both financially and operationally, and that must be signed by each beneficiary and sent to the Commission before the signature of the grant agreement. Then there is Form A3, or Form A31, which is the budget table for the whole project and divided also per beneficiary, and the Form A5, there is the reporting periods. Then the financial identification form, which must be signed by the account holder, and you have to provide a scanned copy during the negotiation phase. And it should also stamp and signed by the bank, or alternatively, you can submit a recent bank statement. So we just go now to a very brief overview of what is new following the new financial regulation and the new Commission decision. So the main modification to the grant agreement following the new Commission, the new financial regulation is actually the time to pay, which we already mentioned before. Before for the pre-financing was 45 days, now it's 30 days. And for the other payment, before it was 105 days, now it's 90 days. And also the interest in bearing account, which is no longer compulsory. And for all the grant agreements signed before the 31st December 2012, these rules are automatically applied without any need of amendments. So if you are also participating in other project under CIP, consider that this time to pay and the interest in bearing bank account is no more compulsory. But consider that until 31st December 2012, the interest produced must be declared. Then from the 1st January, you can stop declaring them. Then the main modification following the Commission decision in April 2013, more or less we already mentioned, but I will say again, the first one is the Pilot Public Procurement for Innovative Solution, PPI. The second one is the third party, as the new formulation of the article as we already explained, and consider that this is not retroactively, because we already received questions about that. It's applicable only from the grant agreement signed after the 1st January 2013. For the previous, for the ongoing grants, the previous provision of the article is the one that you have to use as a reference. And then the electronic submission, financial statement. For the past grant agreement, actually the coordinator can opt, as already been specified by Peter, for an amendment. And in this case, what is important is to be sure that you already have nominated the LEAR. And so also the role of the LEAR now is different because it's necessary for all the entities. How to avoid error? We actually suggest to read very carefully the guide to financial issues related to ICT, PSP grant agreement, the model grant agreement and its annexes, and the guide for legal and financial viability checking, which are available on the digital agenda. The information that we gave you today are based on that, and actually that could give you also more information and more example about what we say today. So we strongly encourage, I know that it's could be boring reading for the night, but it's still necessary, so. Question?
May I ask a question about subcontracting, which I'm completely certain will arise with one of my colleagues in this room sometime in the next 6 months. In the current financial climate, many institutions, particularly state institutions, are now employing temporary staff to work for them, and they're sent from an agency. They effectively are employees of the state institution, but the payment for their salary is made to the agency, not to them directly. And the question will be submitted at some point to the project officers: are these people subcontractors or are they employees? How must they be treated for financial purposes?
Okay, there is a specific case that is known as a in-house consultant. We invite you to read carefully the guide to financial issue, because in that guide for financial issue there are some conditions that are listed, and if the consultant, met all that condition, which generally, if the consultant met all that condition, it means that he's under the direction of the employer, and is basically equivalent to a personnel cost. So if all that conditions are respected, then it could be considered as personnel cost. But you have to pay very attention to check that all that conditions are there, and in any way consider that, for example, in case of an auditor, what we were told is that usually they check if these consultancy costs are related to direct cost. But you have to be very careful in reading all the conditions, because all of them must be respected.
I have a question towards the third parties and how it's related to the participant portal in the financial statements. How does that work if we decide to put a third party as a PIC? Does he automatically, or do they automatically become a beneficiary and they're part of the project? Or, that part is a little bit unclear on how it's going to process, how the process is going to be.
I hope that I get the question right. Usually third party remain third party to the contract, but they are linked to the beneficiary. So in order for them to be able to carry out work and claim cost, they must be exactly identified in the Annex 1, and you have to identify exactly the beneficiary to who they are linked to, the task that they will carry out, and the estimated budget.
Then you have to claim the costs, right, for the Form C, and that's how to...
Sorry.
You will see the third party in the tools in NEF, and as a beneficiary attached to another beneficiary, and they can submit cost claims as the others.
Sorry, you mean there's in the beneficiaries periodic summary, whatever, there's going to be a new window that's going to open for the claims of the third party?
Actually, in the list of beneficiaries in the consortium, you will see the coordinator, you will see participants, and you will see third parties attached to a participant, and they can do the same as other participants, or declare costs.
But just to be clear, this will only happen once they are inserted into the system as a third party, and that's normal with the special clause and everything. So it's not automatically, because you mentioned it, Annex 1, that suddenly it will pop up in...
To pilot A and B for both pilots, or is it just specific to pilot A that it's more?
For the new one, for all the instruments, which include also pilot B, it could be a third party if it has a legal and capital link with a legal entity, or if it is form of several entities, like before was the European Economic Interest Group. Only for pilot A, in addition to these two, it could be a third party which has delegated power for as a national administration or public body. But the previous two are applicable to all the instruments, so pilot B and all the others.
Just to also put here the emphasis. It's not just that you can decide, oh, I want to have this organization as my third party, because we often work together. There has to be a legal, already a real legal link, like an affiliation or some other kind of things existing, and then you could be considered a third party, just to make that sure.
You have to provide this document. I mean, it's not just that you say, you also have to provide a document showing that there was an agreement before the grant agreement and that will continue after the grant agreement.
Hi. Within our consortium, we have a number of SMEs, and some of those SMEs have asked to use that clause that says that also SME owners who do not receive a salary can claim their costs back based on a flat share mechanism, the people sort of reference to in terms of cost. Now, my question is, first of all, do we need to add a clause within the GA somewhere? And then secondly, what if these SME owners do not receive a salary, but they still do receive some money on an irregular basis, for instance, because they are part of the BOD, the Board of Directors? So that's not a salary per se, but it's more sort of administrative reimbursement. So what happens there?
I have to beg you to keep this question for later, because the next presentation is specifically on financial issue, and this issue is specifically addressed. So if you can just wait in case you are not received a satisfactory answer, then you can ask again, or we can provide more information.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is who pays the cost of international bank transfers? The Commission, the international bank transfer. So the coordinator should distribute the money to the partners, to the beneficiaries, and that has a cost. So who pays this cost? The Commission, the coordinator, the partners, the beneficiaries? Because the interest of the bank account is clear, are for the Commission. So what about the cost?
So the bank transfer cost is an eligible cost for the project, so you can declare it in your cost statement and you will receive then funding based on the cost you declare there.
Thank you. So the coordinator pays half of the cost. Yeah. But just to clarify, sorry, just to clarify, it is not a matter of 100 euros. The second question is about can the coordinator retain a part of the pre-financing to ensure that the partners are doing the work as expected? Is there a way to manage the compliance of the obligations of the partners and use the pre-financing or use the European Commission payments to ensure that?
Actually, until is subject to your internal agreement with the beneficiary, the coordinator has the duty to distribute the pre-financing within 45 days to the other beneficiary. So unless there is, for example, a special condition like the one that foreseen the need of first having a financial guarantee, where then the pre-financing can be held for the beneficiary. Otherwise, the coordinator has a duty to distribute the pre-financing.
So in that case, I suppose we should agree with all the beneficiaries and declare it in the grant agreement. So that it's...
I mean, for us, consider that once we pay the pre-financing to the coordinator, the European Commission has no more legal obligation. So then it's the responsibility of the coordinator what happened. You cannot put this kind of agreement in the grant agreement because you have a legal duty to distribute within 45 days. What I'm saying is, since you have a possibility to do your internal arrangement of the appropriate internal arrangement, then there with you and the other beneficiary, you may agree different things, but if the other beneficiary agree on that. But that is not at all related to us.
Just to add, because it comes in here, whatever you write in the Annex 1, it becomes part of the contract, but it has less value than the Annex 2. So if you write something in Annex 1 which is in conflict with Annex 2, Annex 2 prevails. So you cannot overrule anything that's in the general conditions or in the grant agreement with the description of work.
just to clarify that.
And so to clarify that the duty of 45 days is in the yes.
A question regarding the financial guarantee. A bank has come back and asked a number of detailed questions. Who should these questions be sent to get answers?
I don't know what kind of question you're asked to, but usually, as I was telling in the Guide to Legal and Financial Viability, we have a model letter that we require to follow.
The bank has asked specific questions about how the financial guarantee process will operate.
If you have the possibility to read that model letter, there is specify how will be the guarantee request in case of defaulting of the beneficiary. But in case there you cannot find the answer to your question, you can still contact us and we can give you more information.
One more question, yes.
I got a question concerning the timing of the review. You mentioned that the periodic reports should be submitted within 60 days after the review period. How does it influence the review meeting afterwards? Does it mean that if there is a review report submitted 2 months after the end of the period, the review meeting is even later after that?
This will be a subject of one of the presentations in the afternoon. So if you don't get your answer there, we can ask again more details there, but I think now it's not the time. Yeah.
Hi. We have a consortium partner that has a fully owned development center in Macedonia that was just kicked out of the eligibility. Can we include them as a third party in a consortium?
Yeah, the situation with the Macedonian is very unfortunate because Macedonia agreed to sign an association agreement, and on that basis we have said they can get funding as soon as it is signed. Unfortunately, now they have informed us that they will not sign it, so we cannot give any funding to Macedonian partners, and in my understanding this can also not be bypassed by doing it as a third party. So this is not an option. I think one of the options, I mean, the only thing is if there is maybe a certain expertise that can only be done by this partner, by a certain organization, and which is essential to the project. I mean, it might be a possibility for subcontracting, but with a lot of caveats. So this would have to be discussed very clearly with your project officer, and they might then come to us for clarifying legal questions. But it's rather, I mean, it is rather normally when it is seen as circumvention of funding rules, it's not possible. So it's not very how to say it, probable that they can receive any money in the project.
I'm sorry, just a clarification more. We don't have a Macedonian partner. We have a partner from one of the EU member states that has part of his development as a legal entity in Macedonia. And there is really developers there that stays the same. Although legally, even in the balance sheets, it's consolidated to the European partner.
In case of an audit, the European partner will be audited, and they will ask him, show us the cost that you have claimed in your bookkeeping. If they have it in their bookkeeping as their own cost, then they can claim this cost. If they don't have it in their bookkeeping and their own cost, but they say, well, it's in the bookkeeping of the Macedonian entity, then they will get a problem and they will say, let's give us back the money. It is not, you have claimed cost that was not your cost. So that is basically the delineation. If it is in their own accounting, their own cost that they can see proof in their books, then they can claim it. If not, then not.
Can I elaborate more? One more, please, because I know the situation and they've been reeling me for quite some time on this one. It's actually the the development center down there has timesheets and wages and everything else. And all the development that is done there is billed as a development cost to the parent company. So
they are paying cost, which is in their accounts. Maybe it could be foreseen as other cost. Yeah.
You have 10 developers in Macedonia that are regularly employed, and they get wages and everything else. And because this legal entity is actually a development center, it reimburses the complete cost they have with the development center down there as one invoice per month on the development costs that have been done there. So the EU partner now has an invoice from the development center, but basically it's timesheets that are behind it.
Well, as it sounds for me, it's like that you have two entities that are working on the project and that the one is invoicing the other one. So I would recommend that you check that with the project office, that we see exactly the details on which basis they are working, and to determine whether it's a case of the third parties or subcontracting, or how we can make sure that the cost would be eligible, if any. But it's a situation that indeed deserves further attention, and especially at this time of negotiation. So definitely good to tackle that at this moment, because if you wait, or if we do not discuss that at this time and it's discovered after 1 year, then it might cause trouble.
Okay, we are ahead of our time, so I would propose that we already maybe do the half of the first presentation that we're planning for the afternoon, so that we might be finishing early in the afternoon and everybody can go home earlier. So I'm asking my colleague Anne van Mengsel to start with the financial issues presentation.
Good afternoon. So I am Anne van Mengsel. I am a financial assistant in an administration and finance unit in Directorate A, Sustainable and Secure Society, here in DG Connect. And I will try to explain the more financial side of the project. So I will look at the different types of projects and their funding rates. And I will also show you that there are certain conditions when you declare costs, for instance, that the grant agreement is not for profit. I will also look into the different cost categories, so direct costs, indirect costs, and then for direct costs, the personnel costs, travel costs, so the most important categories. And there are also some articles in the grant agreement about controls and audits, so I will also have a look at that. So first of all, it is important to remember that these CIP projects are co-funded projects, so that means that part of the funding will come from the Commission and part of the funding will have to come from you, from the beneficiaries participating in the projects. The financial contribution of these projects depends on the type of project. And as you can see on this slide, for pilots A and B projects, the funding is limited to 50% of the total eligible costs. Best practice networks get 80% of funding. And for thematic network with actual costs, the funding will not finance the entire costs of the project, but it's limited to the coordinating and implementing of the work for the coordinator. And then for the other beneficiaries, it's limited to travel and subsistence costs and to the personnel costs for the elaboration of the deliverables, as it's mentioned in Annex 1. For thematic networks lump sums, there is not a funding rate because they are financed by means of lump sums or flat rates based on scale of unit costs. And there is for these type of projects no definition of eligible costs, but I will explain this in more detail later on. And then for the public procurement of innovative solutions pilots, The funding is 20% of the total eligible costs of the joint or coordinated procurement, and 100% of the eligible coordination costs of the buyers group, up to 30% of the maximum funding, or not more than €1 million. Anyway, the maximum EU funding is in your grant agreement in Article 5.1, and even if in the end you should have, if you would have more than the total eligible costs foreseen for the project, you can never receive more than the amount that is mentioned in that article. So, to go more into details for these thematic networks financed by lump sums, the coordinator will receive for the first 10 beneficiaries, including himself, €3,000 per year and per beneficiary. And then from the 11th until the 20th beneficiary, he will receive €2,000 per year and per beneficiary. There is no additional funding from the 21st beneficiary onwards. The other beneficiaries in these thematic networks will receive €3,000 per year and per beneficiary for implementation costs, and then all the beneficiaries, including the coordinator, will receive a lump sum of €5,000 per year and per beneficiary for network meetings and network-related events. So you cannot declare any other costs for this type of project, and if there would be periods of less than a full year, then the lump sum will be reduced pro rata, and the same situation could happen in case of a withdrawal of a beneficiary during the grant agreement, or in case the grant agreement is terminated. So this is an example of a thematic network financed by lump sums. So as you can see, this is a project with 15 participants and with a duration of 2 years. So in this case, the coordinator will receive €30,000 for the first 10 beneficiaries per year. And then for the remaining 5 beneficiaries, he will receive €10,000 per year. The implementation costs for the other beneficiaries is €3,000 per year, and then for the meetings, everyone will receive €5,000 per year. So that will make a total per year for €45,000 for the coordinator and €8,000 for the other beneficiaries. And for the entire duration of the project, this means that the coordinator will receive €90,000 and the other beneficiaries €16,000. So for thematic networks financed by lump sums, there is no definition of eligible costs. There is simplified reporting, as we already said before. Only the coordinator has to submit a financial summary statement in which he indicates if the beneficiaries have contributed to the project or not. We do not ask for justifications of the costs, and there is no need to submit certificates on financial statements. And budget transfers for these projects are not allowed. So, eligible costs. These are the costs that you are allowed to declare to the grant agreement and for which you will receive funding. So, in Article 20 of Annex 2 to the grant agreement, you can find the list of the costs that are eligible and that you can declare in the CIP projects. So first of all, there is the principle of actual costs. So this means that there actually has to be a cost for the project, and that you cannot declare any estimates or budgeted costs or planned costs, and that you cannot charge to the grant agreement any commercial rates either. So it's just the actual costs incurred by your organization. So then, as I just explained, the costs must be incurred by your organization. You cannot declare the costs of the costs that are incurred by another organization and that are not in your accounts. Then each project also has a start date and an end date. This is in your grant agreement, and you can only declare costs that have been incurred during the duration of the project. So this means that, for instance, for the proposal preparation or for the negotiation meetings, which take place before the start of the project, you cannot declare any costs to the grant agreement. So if the beneficiaries attend, for instance, the negotiation meeting, they will have to pay for these costs themselves. But there is an exception in the grant agreement, as we already said before. For the final review, the certificates on the financial statements and the final reports, there is, you can declare costs until 60 days after the end of the project. So here we look actually at the moment when these costs are in your accounting. For instance, for travel costs, it depends a bit on what type of accounting, what accounting system you have. So for accrual-based accounting, it will be the moment that the costs appear in your accounting system. If you have another accounting system, like cash-based accounting system, in that system you put your costs into your accounts when you pay them, and that's then the moment that counts when you can declare the costs. So apart from the exception I just mentioned, you cannot declare any costs that are outside the duration of your project. The costs must also be in accordance with the applicable accounting standards and the usual cost accounting practices. So this means that you should not create a special system just for the EU projects, except if you need to do so to comply with the provisions of the grant agreement. And also, if certain items or certain consumables, for instance, are in your accounting system always considered to be indirect costs, you should also declare them as indirect costs for the project. The costs must also comply with requirements of tax and social legislation, and they must be reasonable and justified and comply with requirements of sound financial management, and more in particular with regarding economy and efficiency, and this refers then to the standard of good housekeeping in spending public money. An important rule is that the costs must also be needed for the project. So if there would not have been a project, then you would not have had these costs. If you know that some costs will be needed for the project, and it is a major amount, then it's advised to already put these costs into your Annex 1. So later on, for instance, when there is an audit or so, you can already show that this cost was needed for the project, and you can write in Annex 1 then the justification for that. And then you must also be able, of course, to show that these costs are recorded in your accounts. So you have to keep the invoices and the proof also of these costs up to 5 years after the final payment, in case that an audit would be done for your project. And then finally, the costs have to be in the indicative budget breakdown in Annex 1. So there is a budget table with the breakdown for all beneficiaries and for all categories. And then in the narrative part of Annex 1, there is also a description of these costs, where you can put all the information of the major cost items. So not all the details, but for major cost items, it's always good to put that there. So I think that's it. And then what are now these eligible costs? So and how do we put them into categories? So you have direct costs and indirect costs. That are the two main categories. And direct costs are the costs that you can clearly see that they happen because of the project. So these can be personnel costs, travel costs, consumables, etc. Then indirect costs are costs that cannot be directly attributed to the project, but that happen, that are in relation to the direct costs that you declare for the project. For instance, this could be heating or electricity costs for your building. Now in CIP, we only have the flat rates for these indirect costs. And this slide shows then the rates for the indirect costs. It depends on the type of project again, and there are different flat rates to be used. So for the pilot projects, the flat rate is, and it's a mandatory flat rate, is 30% of the personnel costs. Now, for those of you that have participated in the earlier calls, call 2007 and 2008, There it was still possible to declare actual indirect costs for Pilot A and Pilot B projects, but as from Call 2009, this is not possible anymore. So you can only declare the mandatory flat rate of 30% of the personnel costs. For thematic networks actual costs, there is a mandatory flat rate of 7% of the direct costs, excluding the subcontracting costs. And then for the PPI pilots, there is a 7% flat rate of the buyers group's personnel costs. For best practice networks and thematic networks financed by lump sums, you cannot declare any indirect costs. And in case if it's required, for instance, by your internal rules, you can request a lower percentage than these 30% or 7%. But in that case, we will put a special condition into the grant agreement, which mentions the percentage that you will declare. So I will then go to the direct costs. The personnel costs is probably the most important and the largest category for most of the beneficiaries in the CIP projects. So the main principle here is that the personnel declared for the project works in your building and under your supervision and responsibility. These persons should be paid according to your normal rules. So there should be no special rate or special salary for the CIP project. And the personnel must be directly hired by your organization. So there must be an employment contract, temporary or permanent or whatever. And then you can, as already asked in a question, you can also declare consultants as personnel costs, but you have to fulfill certain cumulative requirements. And you can see some of these requirements here on the slide, but for all the details, I refer you to the Guide to Financial Issues, where it's more explained and where there's some examples as well. And so these consultants have to work in your building, and they have to be under your work under your instructions. Teleworking is only allowed in case you have normal teleworking agreements with your normal personnel. And the costs of these consultants is in line with your normal remuneration of your personnel. And it should also be based on the number of hours worked. These consultants should also, when they make travels for the project, travel according to your travel rules. And if they generate any intellectual property rights, these must belong to your organization. If these costs are not, if these requirements are not fulfilled, then probably the consultants are not to be declared as personnel costs, but they are something else, subcontracting. It depends. For instance, if they are not working in your building, then we cannot consider that they are as your normal personnel. If you know already upfront that you or another organization in the project might want to declare or want to work with consultants, it's best to see with your project officer if they are to be declared as personnel or something else, because if you only tell after a year or so, it will be difficult to rectify the situation in case something has gone wrong. So you need to have a reliable system to record working hours. If a person, for instance, works in different projects, this must be visible from this time recording system so that we know how many hours this person worked for each project. And the details on how to set up such a system, or if you just want to check if your system is good enough to use for the project, you can find this also in the Guide to Financial Issues. What is also important is the concept of productive hours. So productive hours are the hours that the personnel is working throughout the year. And they must be calculated according to your normal practices. So you can either have a standard number of productive hours for all your employees, or you can calculate an individual number of productive hours per employee. So you have to calculate a figure which excludes annual and statutory holidays, for example, and sickness leave. So you can see from this slide how the calculation could be done. So you start with 365 days in a year. You deduct 104 days for the weekend, 21 for annual holidays, 15 for statutory holidays, and then 15 for illness and other events like training, for instance. And then in this example, we come to a number of productive days per year of 210. If you would then work 8 hours per day, the productive hours per year is 1,680. Now, how do you get the figure that you should declare, that you should use in your cost statements? You take the annual costs, personnel costs of a person, so including the salary, including the social charges like unemployment benefit or pension contribution, and you divide that by the total annual productive hours. That is then the hourly rate, and you can then multiply this by the number of hours that this person worked for the project. And that's then what you can use in your Form Cs. So in exceptional cases, when the beneficiary can show that average costs is according to its usual accounting practices, we will add a special condition to the grant agreement to allow that beneficiary to use these average costs. So the average cost methodology should be based on actual personnel costs and should not be based on budgeted or estimated amounts, or also not on the rates that you usually ask when you work for other third parties. It should also exclude ineligible cost items, and you cannot include costs that you normally declare in other categories. You also have to be able to explain later on how you have calculated this average rate. So, as we had a question earlier, it happens often that SME owners do not really have a salary. They work for the project, but they don't really take a salary. They can then declare an SME owner rate. It's a flat rate, and it's based on the People program, where researchers get some kind of salary for the research they do abroad. It's based on the experience of the researcher and on their country of residence and the year of the publication of the call. You can find here the link, and then you get this table where you can put in all these things, and then you get an hourly rate for this SME owner. So this flat rate can only be used in case the SME owner does not receive a salary. If he normally receives a salary, even if it's very small, then he will have to use the salary and declare that for the grant agreement. And also it should be the normal system, so you cannot just change now and give him a salary or don't give him a salary because of the project. If he doesn't receive normally a salary, then you can use the flat rate. So let's continue now with the direct costs. So travel and subsistence costs for personnel working for the project is an eligible cost, and they should be in line with your usual practices, and also these travel costs should be in your accounts. You should not declare the full amount of equipment in your cost claims, but you should depreciate the equipment over its useful lifetime and spread the cost over the duration of the project. And the depreciation should be done according to your normal depreciation rules. At the end of the project, you should also not declare the remaining value, so just declare the depreciation costs over the duration of the project. If the equipment is shared between different projects, then you can only declare the share that you use it for the project. you can declare equipment that you bought before the start of the project, but then you can only declare it for the project if you are still depreciating it in your accounts, and only for, of course, for the depreciation for the duration of the project or what is remaining from that depreciation. Consumables, they are only eligible for the project if they have been bought after the start of the project. And as I said before, in case some or all of the consumables are normally considered to be indirect costs in your organization, then you cannot declare them in the direct cost category under consumables. You also have, of course, or can have subcontracting costs, but my colleague explained that in the previous presentation.
We are coming now close to our lunch break. We could, so that you don't forget and have, if you have some pressing questions, we can take now 5 minutes of questions of what has been said so far. And then we will break for lunch and we'll reconvene 1 hour later. So do you have any questions that you want to raise now? But you can also raise it, of course, after the full presentation is finished after lunch. Or during lunch. She will also be eating, so yes. But if it's something that is interesting for everybody, I hope she will report back the questions and the answers. Okay, so then let's break for lunch and we reconvene at 2 o'clock. Outside there are sandwiches and beverages and a bit of dessert, so please help yourself. Thank you. Good presentation. Okay, welcome back. And now you have a lot to digest. So I know it's the hardest time after lunch, but Anne will manage, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, so before lunch, I talked mostly about the eligible costs, and now I will explain also the costs that are not eligible, and they are clearly mentioned in the grant agreement. Some clearly identifiable indirect taxes and duties, more particular VAT. So normally you should declare the non-VAT amount to the grant agreement, unless that you can not recover this VAT. So normally you should declare the net amount of the invoices, unless the beneficiary cannot recover VAT. So other things that you cannot charge for the project is, for instance, provisions for future losses or charges and for doubtful debts. And all your costs also must be according to the 3E principle. They must be economical and efficient. So, for instance, you should not charge very high rates for a junior researcher, or for certain equipment or consumables declare much more costs than the normal market rates, because this might be considered as reckless expenditure, and then in the end your costs might be rejected. And we must always keep in mind that these costs are funded, these projects are funded with public money, and that we should make good use of the taxpayers' money. So another important principle in the grant agreement, and you can also find this in Article 25.3 of Annex 2 to the grant agreement, is that the grant may not mean a profit for your organization. And we will assess this principle at the level of each beneficiary and at the end of the project. So income or funding that you get as a beneficiary, and that is directly for the purpose that you receive for the purpose of the project, can be a profit for the project, and therefore might have an impact on the funding we will pay to you. So, for instance, if you receive from your member state or from your region an amount or a funding specifically for the purpose of the same project, then we will count this amount together with the funding you will receive, and in case the total is more than the eligible costs, this means a profit for your organization, and the EU funding will then be reduced. But this is only in case you receive it specifically for the project. If you receive a grant or something and you can decide yourself what to do with it, it's not considered to be a receipt. Another example might be that you organize a conference and that you sell tickets to people that want to come to your conference. Again, if the total of the tickets that you sold and the funding, if this total is more than the total eligible costs, then again we will have to reduce the EU funding. The outcome of the projects, the IPR rights, are not considered to be a profit, and you don't have to declare them. We will not reduce the EU funding because it would penalize the project. This is actually the objective of the project, so it's not considered to be a receipt. And we will do the calculation if we should reduce the funding or not, if there is a profit or not, only at the end of the project. Then we come to the audits and the controls and the reviews. And the Commission has the right to organize technical audits. So these are typically the scientific reviews that will be organized at the end of each reporting period. But I think in the next presentation that my colleague will go into more detail for that. But in addition to that, we also have financial audits. And we do these audits because when you declare your costs, we only ask you to declare the costs and give a justification of the major cost items. We never ask you to send us invoices or timesheets or any other supporting documents. So why do we organize these audits? To see if the system works, if you are declaring only the costs that can be declared to the grant agreement. And when the auditors will then come to your company, they will ask you to make all these documents available, invoices, timesheets, etc., and they will check everything. So it's very important if you declare costs for the project that these costs are in your accounting and that you have all the necessary supporting documents for that. The Commission can organize these audits up to 5 years after the end of the project, so it's important to keep all the information at least until 5 years after the final payment. Normally the Commission does these audits herself, so there is an internal audit unit and they will come to your organization and do the audit. Or because there are so many audits that we do, we can also ask an external audit firm to do the audit for us. In case of suspicion, for instance, Olaf could come and do an audit, and also the European Court of Auditors can come and do audits, and it's again the same thing, they can also ask external audit firms to carry out the audits for them. The result of the audit, so the auditors will send you a draft report and you can then give your comments. So if they have misunderstood something or if you need to give more explanations, you can do that. And then in the end, you will get a final audit report. And the result of that report will then be that either you have claimed certain costs that are not eligible for the project, or you have overstated certain costs, and in that case you will owe money to the Commission, or you have forgotten to claim certain costs or made a miscalculation and you have not asked sufficient, declared sufficient eligible costs. In that case, the Commission owes money to you. If you have to pay money to the Commission, we will send you a debit note. So if an amount has to be recovered from a beneficiary, the Commission will ask that money back from that beneficiary. Normally, the other participants in the project are not responsible for reimbursing that amount, unless there is the special condition for joint liability in the grant agreement. The Commission can also recover money by offsetting, and in case, for instance, at the final payment, we see that we have paid already more funding to the consortium than what we calculate. In the end, then we also will recover the difference. And the same situation might happen in case beneficiary withdraws from the grant agreement or when the grant agreement is terminated. In addition to these recovery orders, the Commission also has the obligation to apply damages and penalties. In case a beneficiary has overstated the amounts, the Commission could apply damages, and for the more serious cases, if they make false declarations or the more fraudulent cases like fraud with documents or so, the Commission can also apply penalties that vary between 10 to 10%, between 2 to 10% of the funding. For thematic networks, in case the Commission could ask to reimburse up to the full amount of the lump sums paid in case the event did not happen, for instance, if a beneficiary did not contribute to the project. And in case of, for instance, false declarations, the penalty can be up to 50% of the lump sum. So actually, this is a bit an overview of my presentation. Errors happen most of the time because of misunderstandings or because of lack of attention to the details of the provisions in the grant agreement. I think the most important things to pay attention to is that you should declare actual costs, so no budgeted or planned or estimated costs, and no commercial rates either. you should not charge the full amount of equipment, but depreciate it over its useful lifetime and over the duration of the project. You should declare a correct hourly rate, and you should have a good time recording system so that you know how many hours each person worked for the project. And you should also not declare any costs for personnel that is on sickness leave, for instance, or if they were attending conferences that are not related to the project. In some cases, you're allowed to declare average personnel costs, but they have to be based on actual costs, and they cannot include any ineligible cost items or items that you should declare in other cost categories. And for SME owners, they have, if they have a salary, you can declare the salary for the grant agreement. If they normally do not take a salary, you can use the SME owner's flat rate. And then finally, always declare the items without VAT. So do not include VAT in the cost items unless that you are not able to recover the VAT. So that was my presentation about the financial side of the projects. If you need more information, you can find it on the participants portal on Europa, in the grant agreement, in Annex 1 or Annex 2, the general conditions. There is also the guide to financial issues, which explains everything in more details and which also has some practical examples. There is also guidance notes for the auditors. And I think your first line of contact in the Commission is always your project officer. In case you have any questions, you can ask him or her. And or your financial assistant in the Commission, who works closely together with the project officer. And it's good to ask the questions as early as you can to avoid problems later, that we need to correct certain situations, or that some of your costs are not acceptable because they were not eligible or not foreseen in the grant agreement. Thank you.
Okay, now questions that you have to this part, but also to the one that was before the lunch break. Oh. The suggestion is working, yeah? Okay, so if you don't have any questions, then we will come to the next presentation.
Good afternoon, I'm Griet van Kanehem and I work in the unit R5 program operations. And before joining that unit, I worked a bit more than 10 years as project officer in this DG in different domains. My presentation will mainly handle the way we come to a final description of work and the purpose of a negotiation meeting and your interaction with the PO. And I will also explain you the structure of the Annex 1, which is the description of work. So first of all, you all have received this invitation to the negotiation meeting, which gives you the details of the negotiating project officer. It has a date fixed by the project officer for which one she would like to meet with you and the representatives of the consortium. These meetings are typically happening in Brussels. Unless you are working with colleagues in Luxembourg, this can be Luxembourg as well. It's clear that from the presentation we got on eligibility of costs, that the costs for attending the negotiation meetings, they are at your own cost and are not eligible to the project. The purpose of the negotiation meeting is to clarify financial and legal issues you may still have after what you have heard today and what you have in the guidelines or in the rules. And the other part is also what we call the technical negotiation. So it's to agree on the final content of the description of work, which is the Annex 1 to the grant agreement with your project officer. So this is a screenshot of the negotiation mandate you have received. There, a meeting date has been fixed for the negotiation meeting, And you also have received a deadline, which is the deadline for the first version of the description of work and the GPF. That's prior to the meeting in order to have the meeting as efficient as possible. So that's why we say it should be sent in due time, so that also here the project officer and the financial gestionnaire can be well prepared for the meeting. And it's clear, it has been mentioned by Peter earlier, that all these negotiations have to be conducted in respect of the proposal, which has been submitted and evaluated, and therefore should not strongly deviate. So the role of the project officer in the negotiation meeting is that she is the single interface with the proposers, except for those issues which were concerning the legal and the financial validation, for which you have the contact via the participant portal by the LIR. It's the project officer who is planning and conducting the negotiations, is keeping proper records of what is happening during this negotiation phase, and is also ensuring that the negotiations are completed in time. You may see that in negotiation meetings, these project officers are either accompanied by colleagues project officers or by financial gestionnaires in order to speed up the whole process, and also these financial gestionnaires are also looking into the GPFs and will help you on this, and are supporting and assisting the project officer. The role of you, project proposal coordinator, is to lead the negotiation on the proposer side. So you are the one who is ensuring that the consortium is well informed, if they're not all present at the negotiation meeting, and that they are in agreement with all the decisions which are taken. Here it's very important that all the beneficiaries are well aware of any deadlines you communicate or you commit to the project officer, so that they can also respect the deadlines to you. So you are also ensuring a proper consortium representation at the negotiation meeting, as I said, if not all are present at negotiation meetings. So the description of work is the Annex 1 to the grant agreement. It is very much based on the Part B of the proposal, and it follows the same layout. So there is a structure to be followed. It is in the negotiation guidance notes, and these guidance notes are defined per instrument. As there are some specificities for each instrument, which are reflected in the proposal Part B, they are also reflected in the description of work. And also these templates for Annex 1 are in these negotiation guidance notes. So how do we work on a final description of work? So there are two parts which are, or there are actions which may come from the evaluation, and therefore they were addressed in the ESR, and they are in the negotiation mandate. So these comments have to be addressed by you as consortium. And there might be other further adjustments, improvements to the work plan requested by the project officer. The project officer who is negotiating the project with you is normally also the project officer in most of the cases, the one who will follow and monitor the project afterwards. So this is in order to facilitate the project monitoring. So it might be that he is asking for clarifications on tasks where relevant, or on deliverables in respect to the timing, the content, the dissemination level. So these are adjustments which can be made in this negotiation phase. Same applies to milestones which are defined. It's quite important that there is also an assessment criteria, otherwise it's quite hard to monitor and evaluate them in the course of the project. You also will define an indicative time schedule for the project reviews, although they are very much in line with the definition of your reporting periods. As a budget breakdown is not always very much detailed in the proposal, the project officer may require more details and clarifications on this budget breakdown. And you will also, because this is an option in the grant agreement, you will have to define the reporting periods, which do lead to an indicative time schedule for the project reviews. As here in Connect, we do have the habit of, with each reporting period, we have a review meeting. So the Annex 1 the way it's built, these are the different parts, was already touched by Christophe earlier in his presentation. So there is a part which is generated by NEF and based on your inputs, so the part A, and then the work plan tables. There is the other part B, where you can see from the way it's B1, B2, B3, which is very much in line with what your proposal. This is a narrative part, which is a PDF document, which is uploaded in NEF. And it's NEF who will merge these two components in one single file. And that's the description of work. So in fact, the project officer will mainly look at the work packages. So the work packages which are presented in a Word document in your proposal, they now are taken out of that part of the document and they go into work plan tables. And they are the ones you will have to rework a bit, but you have to make sure that you take them then from the narrative part in order not to have them on two places, because when this is merged, it may happen that if you leave them here in the part B, you have them twice. And that can lead to inconsistencies and should be avoided. So here in the work packages, the project officer will mainly look at precise, clear, and quantified description of task in order to understand very well what he has to monitor later on, and also with verifiable endpoints leading to deliverables and milestones. It should be clear for the project officer in order to assess later on what is the role for each of these participants. For deliverables, if not already very well defined in the proposal, he may ask for the specificities on deliverables, which we ask to have limited number of deliverables. However, this is in order to have that it's manageable to monitor the project. However, every single significant project element should conclude with a deliverable. So the concrete output and evidence of the work is reported in a deliverable. So whatever is needed as deliverables have to be reported somewhere. So we cannot simply say we can only manage 10 deliverables, therefore we generate 10 huge documents. So that doesn't make sense. It's just a matter that deliverables are not repeating one the other, so that they are very well defined. Specific, clear, quality controlled. They are sent to us by, it was earlier said, by email. However, the way many projects are working, there is a specific part on their website. All projects have their own website, and there is an internal part where they put the deliverables. They give an access to the project officer, and it's the project officer then, with his password and username, who downloads them from the website. It says also here, possibly delivered close to project reviews. That's if you define the reporting periods, which will go along with project reviews. It's very unfortunate that if a review meeting is scheduled after one reporting period, that then the most important deliverable comes 1 month later. That doesn't make much sense, so therefore you may reflect a bit in whether the deliverables are also in line with the reporting periods and with the review meetings. And of course, in order to communicate and to publish your results, a reasonable number of public deliverables should be foreseen. So the nature of deliverables, they are reports, they can be prototypes, demonstrators. However, I know that many project officers want that even if it's a prototype or a demonstrator, there is a written report accompanying the prototype or the demonstrator in order to explain a bit what is the deliverable. The dissemination level, there are 4 types. The public, the restricted to other participants, restricted to a group specified by the consortium, and the confidential. However, we see in most of the cases, projects are only using either the public or the confidential. The reason is that restricted to other participants, it's very unclear what are these other participants. Are these the other participants within the objective, within the call, within the work, within the program? So therefore, we see it's not very well defined at Commission level, and it's very unclear to the consortia. So you can say either they are public or they are confidential, and confidential always means that they are also for the Commission and for the reviewers. So milestones, these are points in time where major results have been achieved and where you expect that a decision for the next steps have to be taken. So these are like control points, which are quite different from deliverables. Maybe when you are, as I said, this part B, the narrative part, is a template, which is also in the guidelines to be followed per instrument. However, there are some recurring issues for each instrument. The B 3.1, which is consortium and key personnel, including CVs. This section is in many cases, a copy of the proposal. However, here, this, in some cases, might need an update, because now you know much better who will carry out the work. And here we insist that we see the profile and the CV of those people carrying out the work, and not the high-level people within the organization. In all these B parts, the work plan B3.2b, there a Gantt chart should be shown, because the NEF work tables do not allow pictures or Gantt charts. So if you need to show how work packages are linked and you want to present this Gantt chart, it has to go into the narrative part under B3.2. And also the same goes with the performance monitoring table. As I said, these work plan tables do not allow this kind of tables to be inserted. And it was mentioned that subcontracting has to go into the Annex 1, and it has to go under the B3.5, resources to committed. And that's B3.5 for all instruments. Also goes for the third parties. So then these work plan tables, you have seen them also earlier this morning with Christophe. In fact, here this is the list of the work packages, and you go work package by work package. Here you define one work package with the work package number, the title, the activity, the lead beneficiary. You have to insert the start date, end month, the objective, and the description of work. Also the person months. However, the person months here is a sum of a breakdown of person month per beneficiary. And that is here where you explain which are the partners in this work package with how many person months. For each work package, you define the deliverables, the deliverable title, the beneficiary, the nature, the dissemination level, and when it will be delivered, with the description also of the deliverable. Here we ask you also to insert person months. So there we expect for work done in a work package that it is somewhere reported. So therefore, the sum of the person months in a work package should be equal to those person months of the deliverables. Then this is the list which is automatically generated, the list of deliverables. It comes as it has been inserted by work package, and it's presented as a list of deliverables with person months, nature, dissemination, delivery date, and this is scientific, as always, yes. But then you can see that the sum of these person months in the column should be very close to the sum of the person months of the whole project. I said close to, it's not equal, identical, because the periodic reports, which are also assuming some person months, which are in your management work package, are not reflected in the deliverables list, and therefore it's not equal. You also have to define milestones to work packages, and then these milestones, you add. Then the list of milestones, because a milestone might be added to one single milestone, might be reflected in different work packages. The way then this work package, work plan table 4 list of milestones is presented, you can see that sometimes it relates to more than one work package. You also should identify a tentative schedule for project reviews. They may be planned after most important milestones, but ideally in line with end of periodic reports, because that's very much in line with our time to pay and with our approval of the reporting periods, of the periodic reports. So here, as I said, if you have annual reporting periods of 12 months, we have annual reviews, and the tentative timing we put here 12, 24, 36. However, I will come to that later when we say how do we schedule, what is the best time schedule for a review meeting. It says tentative because it's very likely that this month 12 will be rather month 13, 14, 15 than 12, because reporting periods are 12. And then here at the bottom, you see that the part B is here inserted as a PDF document. So as I said, we define the list of deliverables, but then there are also the compulsory reports, which should not be included as deliverables. They are periodic reports which need to be submitted 60 days after each period. And they also are following a template which is available in the reporting guidelines, which are on the participant portal. And this is the structure, which is a bit different for the final report than for the periodic report. The other tables, project effort by beneficiary and by work package. The one by activity type per beneficiary and the project effort and cost, they are generated automatically because they take all the information from the work packages you have defined in the work tables 3. As I said before, NEF work tables do not support formatting or graphics. And these PDF narrative B parts, they do not allow easy comparison with previous version. So therefore, there is a way we try to circumvent these difficult comparison between different versions and also working on different versions of work plan tables. It's, you agree with your project officer how best you do this. But we see that in many cases, there is a first agreement on description of work first versions in a Word document, which are taken from your proposal part, even keeping the part on the work packages in there, and you work on it and in a Word version where you have the track changes. And then once this is in a final, almost close to final stage, you fill in the NEF work plan tables. So that's a way to circumvent it. So if you have an agreement on the description of work, and when all the other things are settled in relation to the legal and financial validation, the project officer is also happy with the financial checks and with the operational capacity. In fact, then the project officer has all elements to complete the negotiation phase and to prepare the grant agreement, for which then we have an internal procedure to have the Commission decision taken on this. You will receive a draft of the grant agreement, and then you are requested to sign the grant agreement, and it's signed by the Commission, and the grant agreement is into force. So this concludes my presentation on the description of work. Any questions on this?
Well, either you are very well prepared or we're giving very good presentations. No questions. Okay. Most of us will be still here later, so if you have come up with questions later, we still will try to answer them in any case. So the next presentation is on intellectual property rights. My colleague Inefo will be presented.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I'm Íñigo Jimeno Hierro, and I'm working as legal officer also in program operations unit here in DigiConnect. Now let's go into APR issues. Perhaps if you, by chance, you read the template of the model grant agreement, you realized that there are very few provisions on APR, and they are very basic. They are not as detailed, for instance, as as in the grant agreement for FP7. It doesn't mean that the Commission doesn't care what you do with your RPRs, or that CIP program does not take into consideration IPR issues. Just the contrary, you are facing close to market action, so you deal with very specific issues on IPR, and you should handle them from the very first moment. The reason is that we don't have rules for participation for the CIP program, so we don't have legal basis for detailed rules in the grant agreement. But however, as we have already said, even though only projects of Pilot A require a consortium agreement, the Commission expects that you enter into internal arrangements to develop all the provinces on IPR just for the success of your project and the exploitation of the results that the Commission expects. So I will go through the very few obligations imposed in the grant agreement, and I explain how we expect you to comply with. The first obligation you have is to own the results. It may sound very basic and very obvious, but perhaps yes, perhaps not. It depends. So I underlined dealing with employees. I mean, you should, just before starting the works, the project, you should foresee whether national laws or the contract, the labor contract of employees performing the task already foresee the assignment of IPR that it may hold to the companies, because otherwise the beneficiary, the legal entity, is not entitled to legally exploit the results. You can exploit them, but not legally, so it's not the question. Or collaborators you expect to subcontract, you pay them not for the time they are working for you, you pay because you are receiving the IPR of their work. So you are the owner, there's an assignment. You should already foresee that, because if you don't explicitly in writing, there may be some problems, because usually IPR national laws require to explicit the assignments. I also put joint ownership, because the grant agreement says something about joint ownership, but that saying that the beneficiaries will enter into internal arrangements. If you don't foresee, you may face that as a consequence of the project, some beneficiaries jointly achieve a result, and you don't have already foreseen how to exploit it. You will exploit it jointly also, or you will allow that each beneficiary will exploit independently the joint-owned results, and in that case, how you will face with the legitimate interest of each of the owners. So you should face these issues from the very first moment before the problems arises. The second obligation foreseen in the grant agreement that you should comply with is to protect. It's also very obvious that the ownership. Protect does not mean that you patent everything you do and you keep it secret only for your own benefit and so on. Protection in the sense that you are recognized as author and you benefit from such recognition. Here, the grant agreement just says that you should protect it in an adequate and effective manner and choose the most suitable protection. So here we have drafted a table, more or less. It's subject also to national laws, so don't take it as a very fixed and final decision. Perhaps I should have put an asterisk in the line of software, because I'm not always sure that can be patented or that you can ask for the protection of a utility model. It will depend whether it's embedded or not in hardware. But yes, you should protect if possible. It's not always possible. You have to protect if it's capable of industrial or commercial exploitation. Otherwise, you are not allowed. But however, the Commission wants you to be recognized as the owner, and that's the purpose of protection. Some other obligations in the grant agreement, of course, you have to use. It doesn't mean, the grant agreement says the beneficiaries shall use. point. You should go to the work program to see how the Commission understands the word use. We could consider, well, of course, I'm the owner, I will explode it for my own benefit. Well, perhaps it's not always the case. Go to the work program 2013 and you will see, because depending on the different objectives, you have different, let's say, additional use and exploitation obligations. One thing is that you are recognized as the owner. Another thing is that the work program imposes you the obligation, for instance, to make available publicly all your results, to grant license even to everybody, with even the faculty to modify, to use, to reuse, to sub-license. The fact of use is to make the first use in the market according to what's stated in the work program. Later on, I prepared a slide with additional use and exploitation obligations per objective. And of course, you have to disseminate the results. Also, the grant agreement is quite vague here because, as I said, we don't have a legal basis to go into further details. So we expect that you have already foreseen some issues internally at the consortium level, how you are going to disseminate. For instance, as Grit was saying, when preparing NEF, you may consider which deliverables will be public, which of them will be confidential. You should already agree at the consortium level how will you define this level of confidentiality, of publicness. Because once the deliverable, for instance, is public, if you don't know, I'm telling right now, you are granting to the Commission the right to disseminate everything you have provided to the Commission, which is not confidential, and even you are granting the Commission the right or the authorization to inform the member states to use those results under some conditions which is needed for public policies and whatsoever. So it's necessary for you at this stage, when you are working on NEF, on defining the deliverables, how do you classify them? So that's why I say consider protection of IPR and verifying compatible confidentiality obligations, because if you don't classify something as confidential, you are disseminating it and granting the right to use it to third parties. And well, the second point, dissemination publicity, is quite standard provision, and as the Commission requested otherwise, all communications related to the project should include the European emblem, the indication of the financial support from the program, and that reflects your own point of view. It doesn't compromise the Commission's point of view. And I think this is the fourth and last obligation imposed in the grant agreement, which is the access rights to foreground, granted on a royalty-free basis, and it's agreed otherwise, which needed to the other beneficiaries to own with the project, with their own work, or needed to use the other beneficiaries on foreground. As I told, and you can see, there are very few obligations on your side regarding IPR, and they are quite vague, so it's easy for you to go into detail. They shouldn't contravene these obligations, but if you expect to succeed in your project, you should go into details and agree at the consortium level how you will implement all these obligations before starting the project, because it's easier at the consortium level to negotiate these issues before the problems arises. At this moment, you are still, I guess you have already, when preparing your proposal, taking into consideration additional APR issues foreseen in the work program. As I said, we'll go later on this. You have assessed the state of the art. That's linked to defining background. CIP does not fund research projects. It funds innovation projects. It means that we rely on the fact that work has been already done and that you already hold IPRs, or that you hold third parties IPR, and that's the starting point for the project under the CIP program. So we understand that you've already decided at the consortium level which the background that each beneficiary comes into the project, or whether you have license from third parties with the right to sub-license to another beneficiaries. Because otherwise it will be difficult to start the project. You haven't foreseen all these issues. So at the negotiation stage, yes, we expect, I mean, the Commission won't go into detail and won't require to check these internal arrangements on IPR, but we expect that you have already done for your own profit, for your own purposes, to ensure your success in the project, and that you have covered things that they are not foreseen in the grant agreement, but they are necessary for you to carry on the action and to benefit from the exploitation of the results, such as the transfer of foreground. Perhaps you don't expect to exploit the foreground, and you decide to license to third parties, or whether the work program imposes you the obligation to grant licenses to everybody, to use, to modify. So you should already foresee which are the scope of the rights you expect to grant to third parties. The same if you are using standards or specifications, open source. What do you expect? Which the scope of the rights you are required or you expect to grant to third parties? How do you access to background, whether on royalty-free basis or fair and reasonable conditions? Here the Commission is neutral, so we don't have specific provisions in the grant agreement, but however, we expect that you have already foreseen that, and if not, you are still on time before starting the project to close all these issues at the consortium level. So as I was saying, just for this call, the work program 2013, as I said before, the fact that the grant agreement does not contain specific provisions or as detailed as in FP7 doesn't mean that the Commission doesn't care about IPR or consider that the IPR issues is not important for CIP. Just the contrary, we don't have the legal basis to include them in the grant agreement, but however, we include them in the work program, and we expect that your proposals have taken into consideration, because in fact, they influence the way you are going to perform your project and how you are going to use the expected results, which have been funded by the European Union. So as you can see here, well, yes, projects, pilots type A, B, and best practice networks. In case you are working with open technical specifications, you have additional obligations on IPR. I would say the most important, the third one. It doesn't mean that you waive your rights. You are always the owner of the results. You have to protect the results in the way you consider the best according to national law, but you are obliged to make the results publicly irrevocable on a royalty-free basis, just for the purpose of broadening the technical field. And here are some specific IPR issues according to specific objectives. You can see one. Objective 1.1 related to the scope of the objective. Well, you are required to take in consideration privacy and data protection and third parties PR. Under objective 2.1b, also necessary license. The objective 3.3c. I would say that everything related to interoperability assets, you know, that you must make them available for free to third parties in order to ensure the success of the interoperability purposes funded by the Commission. So, if you have any question. Yeah.
Oops, yeah, it's working now. So I understand that for thematic network, whatever result deliverable has to be free of any IPR. That's quite clear. But yet, what comes to my mind is, for instance, there are some licenses under the Creative Commons framework that say that anybody can reuse, rework the results to produce whatever adds value to what was done before, but you may ask for whoever makes use of your results to always quote the source of what you're using. And that, I reckon, would also protect, in a way, the investment that the Commission has made. So would that be okay with you if we were to say, yeah, you can use it for free, of course, it's public money, but still make sure that you always say that you got it from a project that was funded by the EU Commission? That'd be okay?
Yeah. As said before, here we are not funding research, we are funding innovation. So let's say that the scope of the public money coming from the Commission funding these projects is different. I can understand that all these additional exploitation obligations, they don't appear in FP7, because we understand that the beneficiary has done an investment and they expect a return from this investment. They are facing a risk when making basic research, or in innovation it's no longer the case. You are not facing such a risk. So we are not expecting you to have like a guarantee of having a return of the investment, because you are not facing the risk. So the public money coming from the program is not so focused on your necessities, is focused on how to broaden the technological fields in closed market actions and how to make the European economy more innovative in general terms. So that's why we expect more open dissemination and open use of the results.
Some more question? No? Okay. Then we'll come to our next presentation. And we're planning a coffee break thereafter. How long does it take? 30 minutes? Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiziana Arcarese from the Communication Unit. So this slot is about communication for the projects. I will start this presentation with the intention of giving you kind of principles, basic principles for communication, and of course it contains it. Then I realized also that I have to start to show you how not to do the things based on our experience. And to show that how low impacting is and problematic in one way is the monolithic approach of communication of the projects. Some of you are also involved in other projects who have experience, some others are new to this way of working. So DG Connected last year migrated to a new website, a Drupal open source technology, integrating social media, the blogs, newsroom items, etc. So it's a kind of integrated approach. And any migration, of course, takes a long time to stabilize, to have good content. But anyway, the main success was to cut down thousands of pages, to make it light, easy to search, organized in a thematic way, etc. But the best thing was also that everybody became in the DG editor of the pages, with control of quality, etc. But each of the project officers or responsible for some themes been empowered to produce something for the projects. Unfortunately, the legacy and this migration kept out a bit the CIP part of the projects, so you cannot find them all because of technological problems of the migration, or they were in another database managed by someone else, etc., etc. So what I want here is to kind of establish the mentality of a new way of communicating. And this is a good opportunity for new projects as well, especially. This is the way, empowering you and establishing another way instead of having a kind of list of projects or just the fact sheets, etc. So the main, where can this one? Why to communicate, first of all, because we have to start really with the intention. It's not just dissemination for the sake of disseminating, but you have to have really an interest on that. So why spreading the news? First of all, because you want to show the impact of what you have done, the adherence of what you have promised, because in the work plan of your projects and in the proposal there was a context, and you proposed to solve a problem or to address some challenges. To show that your project contributed to measurable steps in competitiveness or innovation, to show the acceptance and take-up, because the CIP projects are also focused on the wider take-up of technologies, and then maybe you involve the users, whoever is represented for the users, and then you can show, yes, it's feasible, that people can accept it and they can use it. And otherwise, it can be also showing major technology in integration. Or, on another side, you want to be your project presented as a success stories, like that investment on innovation was worth, to influence the policy makers maybe, that is worth to invest in such a challenging cooperative work. And I think of the large-scale pilot, for example, that involved the government and the member states' representatives in different formats in this. So the success of the formula of your project in terms of collaboration of instruments, in terms of co-funding. And another thing is also building a community to discuss and to keep on the dialogue for further project developments, for scaling up your projects, for having this project as a best practice exchange, experience sharing, etc., etc. So these are the main principles. You might have other objectives. We would like to know, of course, if there are more peculiar, more local ones, for example. So these are kind of the basic thinking before starting any communication. The other ingredients are the stories. So you need examples. It's true that if your basin of stakeholders is made by the usual suspects, I mean the usual chain of people that participating in the project, okay, but if you really want to impact on someone and convince that it's a good thing, you need stories. And we had some experience that it worked very well. For example, on the large-scale pilots related to the government, we had projects explaining it by examples, even with a video, and this fitted very well with the single market concept. So you're moving your family to another place in Europe, and then you find another job, and you install another job and business in another place, or you're been stolen the luggage, etc. So this combination of daily life was approached by different projects, and it showed that interoperability and all the work that they've done, it was worth to solve these problems and contribute to achieve the digital single market in Europe. And it's also very easy to be understood by the press, and so the press means the citizens at the end, unless it's a specialized press. Then you need a set of messages. You cannot talk about we are aiming at, etc. No, straight to the point, what you want to say, and depending on the audience, of course, and more widely on your community, because now, especially in the innovation, you don't have, like in the research, a set of people that know the technologies, know the jargon, etc., etc. You have instead different actors, an ecosystem that needs to be addressed by different messages, each of them targeted for each single community. So, and then you have to choose the most appropriate language, of course, if you're talking to ministers, if you're talking to users, if you're talking to technology providers, etc., etc. So, and these are the basic principles, as I told you at the beginning. Then you have to act. So what you need to do is provide good stories, again, and I will not be tired to repeat it. Map your stakeholders, because this is very important for your audience, the so-called audience, is the cloud of stakeholders that is around, especially for the future, because you're starting now a project, but soon the H2020 program is starting and we'll have more opportunities to exploit, to refocus the things and to collect knowledge, data, etc., etc. So it's very important that you map your stakeholders since the beginning. And the participants to the project can help easily in that, because each of them has his own environment of people to talk to. Then being part of the existing communities, I went through, we have a stronger networking activities in the social media. Then I'll show you the numbers. And some of the POs of the projects are very active, and the projects themselves are very active, but very few compared to the number of CIP projects that are running. So you have to know what other communities are talking about your topic and participate in this. So tweeting, Facebook pages, blogs, communities in general with other tools. I'm mentioning just the most used by us. And of course, to tell us what you're doing, because sometimes the project officer is not aware of what you're doing. I cannot contact the communication unit. I mean, sometimes even Nelly Creus can tweet about your project. So if you would like to have this, you need a good story, and then she can retweet whatever you have said or you disseminated. And this, of course, is a message at high level. The journalists, they pick up from Twitter and from the politicians a lot of information and messages. So you see, in 140 characters, you can reach a wider audience and visibility. Of course, engage into the discussion, because at that moment, then you can have issues. So you identified in your projects some blocking problems in the deployment of the technologies, or you identified the barriers, the legal barriers. So there are communities that are talking about this. So you kind of enrich of knowledge and share your content, and not only the web page, your web page with the deliverables, which is good just to access, but it is one way. And of course, plan your communication strategy well in advance. And the beginning is the best, because you are not in the mess of the reviews, you're not in the mess of the problems in making the things working. So it's better that you take those ingredients there. It's very simple. You don't have to make a lot of stuff, plus a calendar where the action can be done and when the things can be prepared. And spread the news that say we're spending this money is worth, which is a kind of also role of a European citizen, that's responsibility, accountability of the money spent, because it's the money of everybody. Then in practical terms, prepare the examples, use facts and figures, whatever you have from even little part of your projects. Even if only one partner has something, please propose a message around those. Use visualization if possible, graphs, videos. Now, I mean, it's very easy to make homemade videos and presentation. We have a lot of tools for the presentations, which are much more animated than in the past, at least not as mine, because it's very static today. Use the social media platforms, and here we can help you a lot in having, I don't know, the right hashtag to use for reaching the communities and contact the people. And build a good website, which is a modern and light website where the indispensable things are there, and not use the jargon, etc., etc. Use it as a journalist should visit it and understanding what you're doing, or prepare something for the press itself. Some of the projects are already done in the past, but okay, for the new projects it's really worth it. And you don't need to wait for the first results of the projects. You can already prepare something that announces whatever is a news, whatever is the feeling that you have is worth to channel to someone. So, for example, this is for showing you that the numbers is the Facebook account of the Digital Agenda for Europe is 6,600, okay, it will be soon 7,000, just for hacking an example. So in one click, you can reach 7,000 account followers of the Facebook page, and there you can attach whatever you want, documents, etc. What we found very attractive for the people that say, okay, I'll read it, is that you make like a little image with a quote or with figures or something, and then it attracts soon, and then you can attach the document or the link to your website. And this is very catchy, and it's a simple stuff. You don't need to make, so visualize to attract, and then you can link to the content. For Twitter, instead, we have 16 and more thousands. Again, one click, 140 characters. You can reach a wide audience. And amongst those people, maybe more than half will not be interested, but if you use the right hashtag, they will follow you. So please create an account, the name of the project, and then you will build your community. You know who's following you, what they are expecting from you. Then we have higher number than this from the Nelly Cruz account as the others. So she's on top of the list of the commissioners. But apart from the commission itself, it's really for you that is worth to change the way, and don't try to empower all the partners and whoever has the role, and not only the one that has the task of the work package for dissemination. So try to be that communication can be your daily work in a way. And also, as in a personal account, as we do in the Commission, I have my personal account, and I tweet and retweet. I can publish something, and I'm retweeted by other colleagues. So each of us is really a hub of connections and information. Don't be shy. And this is the new fantastic website, but lacking for the moment the CIP lists, but it will come very soon. And also, there are also a lot of migration in the view of the H2020, so we cannot promise to have this boom approach of the list. For the moment, there are the archived ones. So another way, especially for the new projects, can be to write blogs. On the name of the project coordinator, we can publish in this site the blogs. So come with stories or with a nice way to present your project or projects that are clustered in a theme or in an objective, and then we can write an interesting blog. Like, okay, we invested in call number, what, 8? No? What, 7? In call 7, we invested so many millions, and these are the selection of projects. We can do it on our side, but it's nice to listen from your side. We publish it, and the people are more and more participating in that, and it's more visible. And we keep the link of your project. So evaluate your impact at the end, of course, but keep in mind that you have to see these improvements. Web statistics, if you have viewers, members. These tools are also easy for monitoring this progress of your information, where it goes, who has read it, etc. And that's all. Here are some Twitter accounts that I was personally knowing in the past. Maybe you have more and you know more than me, because I couldn't grab all of them in the last few days. But for example, eCodex, EpsoStork, Peppol, that is missing in this list. And Peppol, for example, is a project that has been concluded. Then they made Open Peppol, which is in the format of an association. They are still active to convince the people that public procurement, electronic public procurement is feasible. They have the results of the projects, and they can spread the news. I mean, I can talk others, but I mean, I don't want to stress you on that. So the presentation is finished, and I'm ready for question, if any. Thanks.
Is there any indicator that we can use to measure in a common way? So to measure the impact in social media or in the internet?
Ourselves, we have some monitoring tools. We have a contractor that makes a cloud, or cloud is the indicators of their kind of reputation, etc., etc. So ourselves, we have this. I'm not sure that we publish, but I think that we might have something that is kind of public too. I think our metrics maybe they have, but you have to also to define what is your target. And if you decide that you want 100 people coming from the member states that are not belonging to the projects, but they are belonging to other member states and they are from the industry or from... So you have to decide who you want to address and influence, and then you put a target which is reasonable for you. And then you can adjust it or you can show. And not just by chance, you see, there is an intention to achieve those goals. And it depends from project to project. We avoid to make any more guidelines because we thought it's not working for every project. Each project has his own characteristics, so we leave them doing and monitoring also ourselves. So if we are informed, we can help in achieving the measurement as well.
Just to comment on what you just said, reviewers at the very least expect Google Analytics to be used on the website. If you can't provide figures at a review, a lot of trouble is waiting for you.
I'm not in the monitoring, fortunately, but they are useful. I mean, I don't know if it works for the projects, but for us and for the policy we issue, like yesterday, we had a big bang of telecom regulation package. And of course, next week we will have the graphs that will say indicators of Google Analytics or whatever else analytics. And sometimes we are disappointed because it's not picked up by the press, because it's been not following up, because nobody reacted, even negatively. So we monitor weekly for the biggest actions of the commissioner at the high political level. Then, of course, you can manipulate as you like, but they are good indicators for having kind of sniffing and seeing what's happening over the outside. Another thing we don't use is to pay people to click. So we decided not to have any contract to any agency that makes this fake clicking around. We prefer to have modest, let's say, 6,000 is not millions, but if you count, and the contract we have with the social media counts the propagation of the message, then you have quite nice figures. So we decided not to overshoot, or because it's fake. We prefer to keep it as it is and see who are the real followers.
Okay, another one, yeah. You mentioned that it's quite recognizable if we got the informations that are also listed under the digital agenda page. I'm wondering, sometimes you get those horizontal projects that might be interesting also to the other DGs. How do you populate those websites with your information?
This is more difficult, at least for the moment. In the future, for the research family, research and innovation family, that will be easier because we will have only one hub, and so the channel is straightforward. Sometimes we provide them in other initiatives the information. A lot of information is flowing through, for example, the single market initiatives, or sometimes it's the year of citizens. So we always provide as much as possible information on the projects, and then they use it in a different way because they have their own audience in their own events. But we circulate like that. As far as instead accessing the data, we prefer to have one and not to replicate the projects themselves.
Okay. If there are no more questions, then thank you, Tiziana. We have one last presentation. We have also still planned the coffee break. I mean, we have two possibilities. Either we do the last presentation and then do the coffee break together with the splitting up, or we make a quick coffee break now for 10 minutes just so that you can get up and get a coffee and have a bit of a break. I think it's necessary after lunch and all these things, and then do the last presentation. So I would propose to do it that way, so that we now make a quick coffee break. And let's be back in again in 10 minutes, and then we should be finished by 4 o'clock. Huh? Okay. We are coming now to our last presentation, and then we should be able to finish earlier. So, Grit, please.
So in this last presentation, we will give you some insight in the reporting process and in the amendment process, because if you are successful with your negotiation, you will come to a certain point where you will face these processes. So as you will define some reporting periods in the court agreement, it means that with these reporting periods, you will be requested to send the periodic reports. These are your reporting requirements, and they have to be sent in 60 days after each period. So usually, it says here usually, but we have projects with reporting periods 12 months and 18 months. Can be 15, so it all depends on the most logic way you want to report upon. Depends on the duration of the project as well. The final report at the end of the project is also to be submitted in 60 days after the end of the project. With that, there comes a report on distribution of the community financial contribution, and the other reporting requirement is the submission of the deliverables. And for them, the deadline for submitting the deliverables is as they are in the Annex 1 in the table where you define the month which is due to submit the deliverables. The reporting templates, it's not a free format. They are defined, and you can find them in the ICT PSP reporting guidelines. It's all on the Digital Agenda website. How do you submit them? As said earlier, it's e-submission, including the e-signed financial statements and the certificates if needed. It goes with the NEF IT tool. And here, the deliverables, it's a functionality which is not working, we are not using in Connect. They are not uploaded in NEF, so you send them by other means or we download them from your website. But of course, when we download them from your website, there must be a certain notification we get that your deliverable is available or has been is available for downloading from the website. We have 90 days to evaluate the reports and the deliverables and to make the payments. That's the time to pay is the 90 days, where this was in the past 105 days. So there is no tacit approval of the reports. And if we do not make it in the 90 days, the Commission will pay interest on late payments automatically. So to approve the reports and in order to approve the payment, we do have a mechanism here in Connect where we have review meetings with each reporting period. It depends a bit on the area, it depends a bit on the field, the unit you are in, but most units still use, with each report, end of reporting period, the modality of having a review meeting, a physical meeting often. So the purpose of the project technical review is to assess the work which is carried out under the project over that period, the period which is under assessment, so which at the end of that specific reporting period. In the grant agreement, it's stated that the Commission may initiate a technical review at any time during and up to 5 years after the end of the project. And it may be assisted by external experts who give recommendations to the Commission. So here in Connect, we always have, when we have a review meeting, we always have external experts with us in order to assist us. However, the final decision is always taken by the Commission, so it's the project officer who has then to make a final outcome letter as a result of the review meeting. The experts, they do provide us with a consolidated review report, which is also communicated to you, together with that outcome letter, which gives the Commission recommendation. So the objective of the review is to assess the work, and we evaluate, in fact, the project reports and the deliverables. We look for the proper use of the resources with respect to the economy and efficiency and effectiveness of the use of the resources. We look at the management of the project and at the expected impact and how you have achieved this expected impact. So what we do is we define a review date together with you. The time schedule of the review, as we said, has to be in line with the end of your reporting period. You have also 60 days in order to provide these reports. So there is always like a discussion between you and the project officer in order to set the date for the review. So if you know that you do need these contractual 60 days, shortly after these 60 days, 10 days later, or within 1 month after that date, we may want to fix the review meeting. If you think that you don't need the 60 days, but you will submit earlier, or you have a very close to final version ready after 1 month, 1 month and a half, you may fix this review meeting earlier. So it's also a way for you to have faster feedback on your work, and it also will speed up the payment process. As we are assisted by experts, we always will, when we identify or select some experts, ask you for permission to bring these experts with us to the review meeting. So you can object to those experts, but only on grounds of commercial confidentiality reasons. Reviews, normally most of them are carried out here in Brussels. If for reasons of a prototype, a demonstration has to be shown, the review also takes place at the premises of one of the beneficiaries. So it is whatever is most practical to do. For some reviews, it might be that the project officer says, well, here I do not read a physical review meeting. We do it remotely, and that means that the reports will be sent to the experts. They do the remote review, and they provide us with consolidated review report, and you also will get the result of that. But you will always be informed on what is the modality and how the PO will monitor the project. Also, there is no free format for these review reports. They also are available as a template, and they are in the guidance notes on project technical reviews, and they are also available to you. They are on the Digital Agenda website. So what could be results of the review outcome? Well, most of the cases we allow the project to continue. That can be without modification of the Annex 1, or with minor modifications. Might be that we consider that the project can only continue with major modifications. So in these cases where there are strong indications that you will need to modify the Annex 1, this will initiate an amendment process. So this will be explained a bit later, but it's clear that here you may, well, it is always in discussion with the project officer, how best then you modify and you do an amendment. There will also be an acceptance or rejection of reports and deliverables. So that will also be communicated to you, normally already at the review meeting. But then normally within 20 days after the review meeting, you should have the final outcome of the review. So this written report should be sent to you. And then you also have the occasion to react to this. You have the time to talk and discuss with the project officer on the findings of the review outcome, because things might have not been well understood, and you can object or you can reject. We may suspend the time limit for evaluating reports and deliverables and making the payment. It may lead to suspension of the project because major things have to be arranged or settled, and therefore we say, well, here we suspend the project and first get things right, and then we continue again. It may also initiate the termination of the grant agreement or the participation of a beneficiary. And it can also lead to reducement of the grant, issue a recovery order regarding all or part of the payments made and apply any applicable sanction. But these are things which are also in the grant agreement. These are also termination guidelines, things are available to you. So this is what relates to review and reporting. Before maybe we go into the amendments, I think the questions first related to the review process? Maybe one thing I should add, when this for the final review, as you have only the 60 days, you have 60 days to submit the final reports, but your costs are also only eligible up to 60 days after the end of the project. So in these cases, you will need to have the review meeting within the 60 days, and then most likely this review will go with a draft version of these periodic reports. But as we said earlier, normally the deliverables, they should be available. So, but then drafts should be available and quite close to final versions. So any questions?
Okay, to last part of the day is a very short overview of project amendments. Because during the lifetime of your project, there might be changes that occur that would require a modification of the initial agreement that you have with the Commission. So an amendment, from a legal point of view, is a legal act that modifies the initial agreement. But not all part of the grant agreement can be modified. Annex 2, which are the general conditions, will never be modified by an amendment requested from your side. What can be modified is, of course, the technical annex. As one reason for modifying the Annex 1, the description of work was already mentioned just before by Grit, following a review that you need to change your description of work depending on the outcome of the review and the future plans. Other changes can refer to the change within the consortium or the need to add a special clause that was not foreseen during the negotiation, but suddenly you realize that that would be necessary. An amendment is implemented via an exchange of letter between the coordinator and the Commission. You do not need the signature of all the partners for the amendment. But what you should ensure as a coordinator is that when you request an amendment to the Commission, that the consortium is supporting your request according to the rules that you have defined internally within the consortium, whether unanimity or a special majority that is foreseen, but this has to be foreseen in your consortium agreement or in any other agreement that you have with it. In case of audit, you, as coordinator, you must prove how you have get the consent of your partners. When I say that it has to be done between the coordinator and the Commission, I'm meaning the authorized representative of the coordinator. Usually it's the same person that has signed the grant agreement that will also request the amendment to the Commission. Similarly, normally it will be the same person from the Commission that will sign the amendments and the person that has signed the initial agreement. Between the request letter and the request letter and the acceptance letter of the Commission must be the same. So you request something and we agree or we disagree, but we do not agree halfly of the request. So it means that we need really, I request modification of the consortium. I want to add partner 1 and partner X, and then the Commission replies by saying, yes, I agree that partner X is added as of that date. It's always in writing, so there is no amendment that is done by email or by telephone. It's a writing. It has to be signed by the authorized person. It must be complete, means that clearly express what you want, and there are a number of supporting documents that are needed or forms that are needed. For example, when you add a new partner, you need also Form B, which is an annex to the grant agreement that has been explained this afternoon. But you need also to provide the data of this new partner. So everything is explained actually in the amendment guidelines. But I'm just trying to call your attention to the fact that a request of amendment, even if it's just a letter, it has to be really complete, unambiguous, and submitted on time. When you know that there is a change that is occurring, please inform immediately the Commission about that change. Do not wait months, and especially when there is a payment that is linked to it, then it creates a lot of difficulties when we only discover the problems during the payment process. In theory, the grant agreement can be modified at any time during its lifetime. So once the grant agreement is signed, then it can be modified. You cannot request an amendment before the grant agreement is signed. It might sound obvious, but I have faced cases where I received requests to amend before they had the grant agreement. So, and there is no tacit approval. When you send a request to the Commission, if the Commission does not react, it does not mean that the Commission has accepted it. There was one specific case in which a tacit approval occurred in the CIP program. It was for the first course 2007-2008. It's different in FP7. In FP7, for those who are participating in FP7, you know that there is a tacit approval in case of change of consortium. This does not occur here in CIP. We have a lighter procedure that in case when there are changes, for example, of an address, legal address of a partner, this does not request formally an amendment, but just an information procedure. So whenever this partner has, and I think it was explained this morning by the validation, when this partner changes its data, it has to inform the service that is in charge of the validation, and that will then trigger information also to the project officer, and we will just take note of this change via an exchange via a letter, but it does not request formally a modification of the amendment. Next slide. So the typical examples is the addition of a new beneficiary or a withdrawal of a beneficiary. The withdrawal can be voluntary by the beneficiary agreeing with that change, or can be forced because the consortium decided to exclude it. In all cases, we need to know the opinion of the beneficiary that is withdrawing. So either I agree or I disagree because of, and then we in the Commission we will analyze the case and we will make sure that the rights of the beneficiary have been respected and that that the exclusion is based on justified grounds. It's not so often, and I do not wish it to you, but it might happen that the coordinator need to be changed. And here again, either it is voluntary or it's non-voluntary. It's procedure is a little bit more complex because in case of a change of coordinator, especially if you do not agree, then it's all the other partners that have to request to the Commission to change you. And in that case, normally they all need to sign, and we need to be sure that happens. It does not happen very often, but it might happen, and in case, then the procedure is a little bit heavier. What happens quite often are transfer of rights and obligation in case of changes within companies, when companies are taken over by others, or when a company is split in two, then we need to take to look exactly what is the situation, whether the new entity has taken universally all the rights and obligation, in which case it's quite easy, or whether part of the business has been transferred to a new entity, and in that case we need to add a new entity in the project, etc. So my advice would be that for the time being you do not think about amendments because you are busy with negotiations, but keep in mind that during a lifetime of the project there are events that can happen. The events should normally be reported to the Commission. This is a general obligation within the grant agreement to report events that might affect the implementation of the project. Inform your partners also, make them aware to inform you in case there is some changes that you are aware of it, and whenever it happens, then transfer this information to the project officer, and then you will decide whether an amendment is needed or whether an information letter is needed, or just whether this change, for example, small budget changes, transfer between partners, do not necessarily request an amendment because the work is carried out as initially foreseen, but it's just a matter of cost items that have been transferred. But again, this needs to be discussed with the project officer. So whenever you are unsure, discuss it with the PO, and then he will decide in accordance with also his practice and guidance within his directorate whether an amendment will be needed or not. There are, as I said, CIP amendment guidelines that explain in much more detail what I tried to explain in a few words to you. So if you have a specific question on that, I'm willing to take them. Otherwise, I give the floor to Peter.
Okay, so then we give you another chance to ask anything that might come up during the day. If you didn't ask at that time and now you want to ask something, your last chance to ask anything. No, you all want to go home. Good. No, and then I want to thank you. I mean, it was a very intense day. I hope it was useful for you. We will send you in the next day a questionnaire where you can assess how the day was for you. Please send it back, fill it in. If you want to be negative, but then please write also why, because then we might be able to change something, and we will have future events like this, and we will also always eager to learn and improve. So please be honest, what you felt was good and what you felt was not good, and we will try to adapt. Thank you very much, and have a good trip home. Thanks.